Well, good morning, everybody, and good evening to those of the European persuasion. Apologies for my tardiness this morning. It was quite a busy morning, as Saturday mornings go. But here we are. Better late than never. We have Adilla as the Tech Marine going up against Panzer Battalion as the Imperial Guard. The map is Leviathan Hive. This tournament, of course, is the Still Alive Cup number 3, hosted by the mighty Trojan. And we thank him for it. In the blue trunks, on the west side of the Leviathan Hive, it is Adilla's Tech Marine, and his opponent, Panzer Battalion, as the Red Inquisitor, on the west side. No, east side. That's not how... You can't both be on the east side. Foolish. Been a little while since I've been able to catch a tournament. People keep holding them on the weekends when I am at work, which is rude, to say the least. Tactical Marines hitting the field. Second Guardsman squad for Panzer Battalion into the Sentinel, very standard.
Adding support structure.
Tech Marine moving out to secure the southernmost VP, whilst Guardsmen of Panzer Battalion doing the same thing. If the Tech Marine runs into the Guardsman, that's perfect. But here comes the Sentinel. The angry mechanical chicken.
Support structure complete.
Here it comes. Where are the Tacks? The Tacks will run into the Sentinel most likely. We've got heavy cover available, but the Sentinel can of course crush it. Sentinel running into Scouts. This is not what the Scouts want. But with a flank of Tactical Marines, the Tactical Marines are actually going to be able to get a good engagement here, forcing melee on the Guardsmen. They're going to lose a couple of models here, most likely. Oh. Hammer of the Witches, stunning the Tactical Marines. Tech Marine is plinking away at Guardsmen. Is there a stomp? There is. Attacks. Two of the models do not get stomped. Oh, this is a dodgy retreat path. Past the stun model, gonna punch one more. 12 HP, 10 HP, 5, one more volley. Oh, and the Sergeant comes in. That's good timing there for Panzer. Almost lost the squad. Inquisitor might be about to take a model off these Tacks, but so far really nice engagement from Adilla. If he gets out without attack model lost. Uh-oh. So that's what? 7 Guardsmen for attack model. Still worth it for Adilla. Still worth it. But he is forced off the field. Devastating Marines. Taking cover in the brush. The lead model's going to get stunned, which will prevent it firing. D-set up. All Vengeance rounds. So seeing the Devastators, Panzer Battalion goes straight for the Trojan Devils. Sergeants on both Guardsmen squads, and natürlich. Tech Marine no war gear. Often see the Mastercrafted Bolter against Imperial Guard. Just because it increases his DPS against the Guardsmen significantly.
Power generator.
With the Trojan Devils, this position becomes less tenable for Adilla. But everything's still coming out. Here comes the Sentinel moving forwards. They're going to take absolutely criminal damage from the Vengeance rounds. Where are the Cathachans coming in? Old Unreliable, soon to follow. And Flamer go. Flame attacks, okay. There's the Old Unreliable, knocking down the devs, but the Flamer takes out the Jet. Tech Marine forced into retreat by the advance of the Inquisitor. But getting suppressed now under Flame of Fire. Losing the attack model really quick, and a Devastator model. Sentinel's doing good work here, as is the Inquisitor. Second Devastator Marines coming out for Adilla. Map control looking nice for Adilla, despite the fact he only has a single scout squad. You can get away with that on a map like Leviathan, which is very narrow. Lots of... Usually you go second scouts to increase your mobility, but on a small map, not so required. Scout Sergeant is in, taking cover behind the rocks here. This is heavy cover. And here comes the Sentinel. And the guardsmen as well taking cover. Throwing a grenade at the sentinel. Does a bit of damage.
The sentinel is on us.
And wisely retreating on out of there at the scouts of Adilla.
Rearming.
And spotters for Panzer Battalion. It makes sense to go for a couple of counters when you see two Devastator squads. And the artillery spotters and the Carthaginian Devils will do a good job against the Devastators. The squad has been caught out a little bit. Nice positioning here from Panzer, flanking, and there's the artillery spotters doing their job. Hold on, reliable, knocks back the Flamer Marines, and a smoke shell from the artillery spotters, breaking the line of sight of the devs. Catachans moving forward with their shotguns. They're going to walk straight into the teeth of this Devastator squad. They do kill a model. The attacks stand strong. No power for Panzer Battalion. This is a big problem. Adilla has a huge power advantage. He's got 3 gens. He's dropping 2 gens, but they're going to get immediately destroyed by this Flamer squad. Adilla would be wise to let these things finish and then burn them down. But here comes the Inquisitor, looking to defend her power gens. Mastercrafted Bolter is in for the Tech Marine, and the Rosarius for the Inquisitor. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Well met, Cadians. Sentinels should go down here to the Tech Marine. Let's get some quick repairs. That was quick repairs, alright. Smoke shell onto the Sentinel, and hold on, reliable. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Still 2 models with 78 HP. That's pretty crazy. Adilla has been breeding pretty hard here. Sentinel just cannot path around. Flank being covered by these Devastators, so the Catachans are going to have a tough time. This is a strong position from Adilla. Leveling up attacks. And Adilla takes out the generator. Tech Marine goes down. Lost quite a few models. Scouts also losing models. But the devs, this squad of devs are going to get shelled, reducing their range. Tier 2 on the way for Adilla. He's going to have it considerably before Panzer Battalion, which isn't what you want as the guard player. You definitely want to take an economic advantage, take a tech advantage, get your Chimera out. Slight VP lead for Adilla, but it's going to soon be a 2-to-1 cap. And Adilla does have to spend a lot of reinforcing. He's not reinforcing the Devastator Marines. And obviously with his Tech Marine down, that does reduce the DPS of this army quite significantly.
Falters, but he is not yet beaten.
Tactical Marines taking back a VP. Scouts moving out onto the field. These attacks are level 2. Hammer of the Witches to stun the lead model, so she's not going to get flamed. But she is walking into the field of fire of a Devastator squad. Suppressed as the Inquisitor, she kills a Tactical Marine. That's very worth. Retreat grenade, perhaps? And it's way off. Adilla not having the correct read on that retreat path at all. So tier 2 is in for Adilla. He has a lot of resources. He's going to have to spend most of them, or a lot of them, even reinforcing though. Unless he's going to do some drop pod shenanigans. Here comes a Dreadnought. Really nice choice from Adilla, I think. The Dreadnought, he's probably got a very good idea that Panzer is nowhere close to tier 2 yet. Dreadnought will be out before tier 2 is even finished. Obviously, burning down the generators a whole bunch. 5 squad tier 1. You know the Imperial Guard's not fast taken. Artillery shell coming in. Oh, that's a dodgy retreat path. Gonna lose a model here to the power shotguns of the Cathachans. Nope.
One of our initiates has fallen.
Cathachans leveling up to level 2. Here comes the Dreadnought. And this will crush the entirety of Panzer Battalion's army. They don't even have... Let's see how if you can actually get use out of it before Tier 2 comes in. The missile launcher Sentinel is pretty good against walkers. Catachan Sergeant can get a melter gun, that will hurt it. And obviously, in Tier 2 you can get your melter stormtroopers if you want them. These devs are in trouble. These devs are in real trouble. Oh, the Dreadnought just getting in the way. Hey Kipper, how are you doing? I know, I'm very sorry that I'm late. This morning was an interesting one, to say the least. It's a heavy weapons squad from Panzer Battalion. Yeah, you got the event timer right. It wasn't you, it was me. Penny for every time I've had that problem. These tanks are probably going to lose this guy. He's going to get stabbed to death. Oh, the Inquisitor not looking to stick it. Probably could have stabbed him to death. Here comes the assault cannon. The sound bug inducing nightmare that it is. We have a last cannon set up. Panzer definitely setting up a little bit of a strong point here. Daring Adilla to come forwards. He has the missile launcher on the Sentinel as well, so with the last cannon and the missile launcher, the Dreadnought has some threats against it. Fortunately, with the assault cannon, it doesn't have to march into the teeth of those threats. It can sit back and deliver ranged fire. God, that Sentinel just got absolutely rickrolled. Here comes the scouts, charging manfully forwards. Grenading the generators, smoke shell, and flanking guardsmen. Not the most dangerous flank, especially not when they're running through the field of fire of a Devastator squad. And Adilla was able to break this position very easily. And now, Tactical Marines with their sergeant and the flamethrower setting up on the generators. Doesn't look good for old Panzer here. Catachans dealing with Devastators on the side.
Research. The enemy is claiming a victory point.
But that's a full power bash. The Inferno pistol up for the Inquisitor, trying to get a bit more AV damage, but there's too much stuff here for an Inquisitor to deal with by herself. In fact, way too much stuff. And here comes the assault cannon barrage. Oh, the humanity absolutely destroys that guardsman squad. The last cannon is set up. Well met, Cadians. Gets grenaded and into retreat. And repairing up the Dreadnought out of the scouts. Triple cap in place for Adilla. The army of Panzer Battalion. Nothing really it can do. Desperation Banewolf going to try and burn down the power, but Adilla's already up to Tier 3. Nothing really for Panzer to do here. His army just does not have what it needs. Heavy weapons squad was a bit weird. Artillery spotters, a little bit weird. He got stuck in Tier 1 for far too long. The Banewolf can go and burn down the buildings, but honestly, Adilla's probably fine with that. He's up to Tier 3. He's got a decent amount of resources. There's the assault cannon barrage again. Dreadnought is in some trouble here, though. Got stuck on the tank marine and will go down. Very bold play there to just stand it in the face of an Inferno pistol and a las cannon. Banewolf doing Banewolf things, burning
The
down
enemy
generators.
has 200 points remaining.
And now Panzer Battalion can push out again. The threat of the Dreadnought is
The enemy
gone.
is capturing one of our victory points.
Still has the Devastators to contend with, and level 3 Tactical Marines. We get knocked down by Catechins. Flanked by a Banewolf, knocked down again by the Catechins, and into retreat as the Banewolf comes to spew acid all over them. So triple cap is alleviated, however briefly. Devastator's setting up. These guardsmen need to get on out of there, and they do. They get the decap and they retreat. Banewolf will be able to deal relatively handily with these Devastators. Yep, Adilla realizing the problem, gets on out of there. What's Adilla going to go for in tier 3? He lacks red for Terminators. Scouts chasing the heavy weapons squad, just waiting for them to either retreat or stand still so they can grenade them. Artillery spotters aren't going to be able to help too much. That was a very well aimed shell, actually. Okay, here's the retreat. So Adilla, waiting for this, goes for the retreat grenade. It's pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good.
We shall make it so.
Venerable Dreadnought. Oh, Terminators, there we go.
We shall make it so.
Going for the Cyclone missile launcher. That'll give them point and click missile barrage that will do a lot of damage to everything in its area. And really, Panzer has nothing that can contend with the Terminators at all.
Equip the initiates with combat shotguns.
Initiates are being equipped with late game combat shotguns. Artillery shell, here comes the Cyclone, the Banewolf going to go down. Spotters not looking like they're having a fun time. And I guess NN is rushing for GG.
Zeal and fury
And game 1 will go to Adilla. Now here's the next question. There we go. Hello, dog. Oh, you've been outside, haven't you? You're very toasty. The dog is distracting me, as he is wont to do. Alrighty, what's going on here? Let me check the brackets quickly. God, why are all these bracket sites just so fucking badly formatted? That's my question to you, Snowkippers. Why are all the bracket sites so poorly formatted? Explain yourself. I blame you personally. You plead the fifth? Who do you think you are? An orange man with a weird hair? Either way, it is time for Seaval Frontier, with Adilla playing as the Orcs, and Panzer Battalion playing as the Lord General, the mustachioed menace. Beans, 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 beans. Here he is, the king of beans. The mech boy, played by Adilla, in the red, on the southeastern side of Seaval Frontier, against his opponent, who is not the king of beans. It is Panzer Battalion, playing as the Blue Lord General, with a bionic arm, and a wonderful mustache, and a wonderful cap. What a guy. What a guy. Probably see double shooters, big shooters. Are people going looters against IG these days? I don't feel like they are. But looters with a mech boy is always fun. Mech boy is already teleported away, so under severe duress from a battalion of Imperial Guardsmen. So all of the Guards forces are down here in the south, and really there's no victory in this fight for the Orcs just yet. Mech boy jumping into a building, just trying to prevent himself from taking too much damage. Very aggressive push here from Panzer Battalion onto the tower, but Adilla obviously had no generators up, just a node. No big shooters yet, so the DPS from this Orc army is lackluster, to say the least. Popping the Warg. Sentinel moving forwards, gonna stomp him. Oh, took out the cover of the mech boy, but the mech boy teleported away. Not a good trade here for Adilla, losing a bunch of shooters and realizing it retreats. He actually only lost one shooter model. The node got taken out, but the rest of the map is going red. Sluggers of Adilla, and here come the looters. So against this big blob of stuff, you need a bit of crowd control. Looters provide that. Sluggers charging in, trying to bait the stomp, and then retreat. Panzer standing strong, realizing if they did commit, who they were going to get stomped. So this is the second node, taken down to below half health, simply by the flashlights of the guards. Looters going after the Sentinel. Not going to get him though, the Sentinel wisely deciding he wants none of that. And the Looter's just going to set up here to protect this northern power and VP. It's a heavy weapons team coming out from Panzer Battalion. An interesting choice. I don't like tier 1 heavy weapons teams at all. They are slow, they don't do very much damage, they're quite vulnerable. But I guess seeing the looters, he realizes Storm Boys are unlikely. Of course, the mech can just teleport into melee with them. Big shooters coming, no shooter knobs just yet. But with even a single big shooter, the damage potential of these shooter boys way increased. There's the heavy bolter set up from the heavy weapon squad. And the looters now exchanging some long-range Daka, looking for the flank of the big shooters. Focusing down the Sentinel, who is under repair, but still takes appreciable damage. Where's the mech? The mech is nowhere near. He's coming in. Teleporting into melee to tie up the heavy weapon squad would be a good move. If you can... Yep, here it comes. There we go. Heavy weapon squad tied up. And now pushing forward. Unfortunately, the shooters were already suppressed when this happened. As a med kit from the medical sergeant. Shooter knob coming in. Heavy weapon squad setting back up. Shooters taking some severe damage. Sluggers chasing guardsmen into a building on the northern side of this engagement. With no burners. Oh, here come the burners. This is a tough situation. And Panzer, realizing the danger, got him out of there, got him retreated before the burners came in to burn the rats out of their little holes. But insane map control from Adilla here. The death or glory push onto the power really backfired pretty hard, as it basically just left Adilla free to cap the entire map. So we'll see. Tons more income. You know, it's even to the case where he has more power income. He managed to get 3 generators up. He's got additional nodes here and here. More DACA onto the looters, but the guardsmen wisely retreat on out of there. Artillery spotters again for Panzer. Not a big fan of that. Again, a very heavy tier 1 from an already disadvantaged economic position. Artillery spotters going to shell the looters, pushing actually the lead model towards the Imperial Guard army. That's going to allow them to get a good pick off there. Here comes a smoke shell. So the range of these units is reduced when they're in the smoke shell. The looters managed to set up again. But on very low HP. Here comes the Sentinel. Looters probably need to think about getting out of here before too long, but so far, Panzer's not. The shell will be coming off cooldown pretty soon. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Oh. Here it comes. Gonna retreat into the shell. Oh, he just managed to dodge it. See, Adilla knows the timing's better than I do. Which is good, really, considering he's playing the game and I'm just watching it like a buffoon. But, really tough position here for Panzer. Victory points ticking down. No economy to speak of. Adilla has all the freedom to do whatever he wants. Huge economic lead. Huge VP lead. Dodging the shell. Oh, well, to a greater or lesser effect. This blob of orcs getting nicely shot up by the flashlight wielding guardsman, but smoke shell into that container. Trying to break the line of sight. Killer can coming out. Sorry, Death Dread. Death Dread as they're called these days. Don't sue me, Cheetah. Well, the VP bleed has been halted. Tier 2 isn't out of range, and Adilla just spent all of his resources reinforcing and buying a Death Dread. But again, the Death Dread are going to be untouchable for a little while. Going to be out before Tier 2 even starts, so no missile launcher, no las cannon. Oh, big shell there. And here comes the smoke shell. Panzer does make pretty good use of his artillery spotters, I'll give him that. Here comes the mech, jumping in, he has electric armor, he's going to get stomped. Electric armor is activated, med kit from the med sergeant onto these guardsmen, but uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. That's a big chonking walker, and there's nothing you can do about it. Run away! Tier 2, quarter of the way there, so solutions are going to be available for Panzer. Assuming he has any power with which to purchase them. How much power does he have? 25? Yeah, he's got some. He'll be able to get some. guess the Death Dread I like the missile launcher more than the las cannon. But here comes the Death Dread, charging manfully into battle. He knows his target, and his target is the heavy weapon squad. Special attack. Bonk. It's kind of sad, really, watching the Death Dread just charging around, crumping Gits. Nothing to do about it. Gits will be crumped. All these guardsmen being fed into the fire. Oh, the special attack. Knock the sergeant out of range. Are they reinforcing? Then they are, yeah. Oh. Whoa. Here comes the heavy weapon squad. He's going to get stomped and crumped and chomped and... dead. The second squad of Sparta. This game is well and truly over. The heavy turret. Get the hell out of my armory, you split-limbed son of a bitch. Unfortunately, the heavy turret doesn't work when it's being crumped. That was a questionable heavy turret, but to be fair, the game is 100% over. It doesn't really matter what Panzer did there. That balls to the walls power push at the beginning of Tier 1, really not a profitable move. And Attila takes the series 2-0. Bum 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 bum. So, who's up next? Svenums and Cry. Alrighty. This is good. This is proceeding at pace. Tactical Marines are most effective against ranged units, such as Orc Shooters, Chaos Marines, Eldar Guardians, Tyranid Termagants, and Imperial Guard Sentinels. Good grief. These tips. Loading screen tips, man. You gotta love them. Alrighty, boys and girls, men and women, lads and ladies. In the red trunks. On the western side of Leviathan Hive is the force commander of Cry. Versus his opponent, a heretical beast indeed, the Chaos Sorcerer of Svenums, on the eastern front. Triple Scouts. Cry is doing some shenanigans. I'm down for it. Heretics, the second choice from Svenums. Very standard. Nice to see some Chaos Sorcerer. We rarely see this gentleman. He is one of the most fun, if not the most fun, heroes in Dawn of War 2. But has some pretty horrific matchups, so we rarely see him in 1v1s.
Your forces obey you.
There's a lot of Chaos Lord mains out there. There's a lot of Plague Champion mains out there, mostly because Plague Champion is brain deadly simple. Stand behind heavy cover, heal, trade at range.
Your units fulfill your command.
It's a triple scout build on Leviathan Hive. An interesting choice from Cry. infiltrating the Chaos Space Marines with worship of the Zinch heretics. So the scouts of Cry may walk into a bit of a trap here. And indeed they have. They've been caught unawares with the trousers around the ankles by the Chaos Space Marines. Quick reactions from Cry. Getting them out of there before a model loss. So Svenom sees the triple scout build. He understands he has overwhelming force if he can bring it to bear.
We grow in power and position.
Where's the Force Commander? Force Commander's being a bitch. So both of these powers are noded by Cry. So wreck points will be the choice. Heretics with the aspiring champion start working down this power node. Straight into Assault Marines. Triple scouts into Assault Marines from Cry. So a nice cheap opening with 3 scouts taking map control into the big heavy hitters of the Assault Marines. Really nice Doom Bolts there from the Chaos Sorcerer. Did a number on those scouts. If the CSM were anywhere nearby, they could definitely take some models, but now everyone's just working on power nodes. And Svenoms will be able to decap both of Cry's power. First set of shotguns are up. Shotgun blasting the heretics. Who among you shall rise? Eternal War coming in for all the CSM. Assault Marines getting in on the Chaos Sorcerer. No war gear for this chap just yet. He's killing scouts. He's trying to find himself a clean retreat path. He's greeding a little bit here. There we go. Their second jump. There he is. Do they want to use it here? They do. He managed to get well ahead. Chaos Sorcerer might go down here. 7 HP. No, he's going to be alright. 3 HP, 4 HP. Nah, he's managed to reach terminal velocity. The Eternal War CSM giving chase to the scouts. Oh! Scouts on the back line. For the Emperor, managing to get the Chaos Sorcerer in retreat. Nice play by Cry.
To destroy one of your generators. You have lost a generator.
Assault Marines don't want to tangle with the aspiring champion heretics and Eternal War CSM. It's not something they can win. Scout Sergeant now for this squad. So we have what? 1 shotgun, 1 Scout Sergeant. Went for the foot nade. Svenoms read the play and got out of there. And now caught in the pincer of these scouts. Doom Blast. Oh, this is a very bad retreat path. Oh my god. Okay, wow. Wow. Run away, Force Commander, run away. That's a lot of chaos stuff there. Cry, I think, is extremely lucky to only lose a single scout from this squad. Bit of a lull in the action. It's been pretty action-packed so far. Chaos Sorcerer has been repurchased in a 3rd Heretic squad. Here come the Assault Marines jumping in on the CSM. There are Heretics close by. Nice special there. Knocks the these CSM are going to wig out pretty badly with how bad their unit cohesion is now. Shotgun Blast straight away on the Heretics. For the Emperor, popped onto the Assault Marines. And Svenom's getting on out of there before he loses too much. A couple of Heretics go down. No CSM model losses. Not the worst thing in the world. 3 aspiring champion heretics. I like it. Chaos Sorcerer back in action. This could be a juicy Doom Bolts if he does it from fog. He did. And it was indeed. 2 scouts go down. Massive damage on both the scout squads here. Grenade launcher heretics. Very nice. This heretic squad is in no man's land somewhat. VPs are a real problem here for Svenoms. Cry doing a good job maintaining his map control with the 3 scout squads. Shotgun Blast and Grenade Barrage trying to cover the retreat of these heretics. Svenoms wants to keep them in play. Not willing to retreat them just yet. Submarines charging in. Well, leaping in, I should say. Getting in onto the Grenade Launcher heretics. Another nice Doom Bolts. Didn't do as much damage as I thought it was going to do, but that's okay.
If that victory point is lost,
Cry definitely taking all of the good engagements here. Scout bleed doesn't matter all that much. Noise Marines coming in for Svenoms. Neither player interested in teching at all. This game is going to be won or lost in Tier 1, apparently. Cry's done a really nice job microing his scouts, making sure they don't get caught in melee by these heretics, where they will get absolutely minced. These heretics are in trouble. No second scout squad in range. So went for the shotgun blast rather than the trying for the grenade. Iron Halo up for the Force Commander, giving him a bit more longevity in these fights. Svenoms needs to try and get out and get these victory points back. He's taken a hell of a beating. Assault Marines jumping in onto the grenade launcher heretics. With the support of the scouts, not too worried about this fight. For the Emperor is popped. And with the Force Commander's help, they are doing a decent job against these heretics. They lost a single model though, which is never what you want as Assault Marines. Assault Marines are very expensive to reinforce. But this is all good for Cry. Delaying the game a little bit longer. Tier 2 on the way for Cry. Almost at the resources for Tier 2 is Svenoms. Little way off on the power, actually. The map control of Crisis this game has been exemplary. Really nice game from Cry.
your units fulfill your command.
Retreat grenade? Not on target. Svenom is realizing that with his Noise Marines he can pressure the power of Cry. This is a good time to do it as well. Going up to Tier 2, unless he has something queued, which I don't think he does. Cry doesn't have the most power in the world. Really nice disruption from the Assault Marines here. Shotgun blast suppressing the grenade launcher heretics. Sorcerer is leveled up to level 2. He's getting in there. He wants to help out against the ASM, but the CSM are taking an absolute beasting here. Point blank Doom Bolts on the ASM. He wants to get at least one model here. He might get two. He might get two. No, he's not going to get two. Force Commander taking a lot of damage from the Sonic Blaster of the Noise Marines, as well as the chops of the Sorcerer.
This is not the victory you promised us.
Good engagement there from Svenoms even. Unlucky, I feel, to only get one ASM model. But it is what it is. Meanwhile, in the backlines, these scouts just absolutely pain in the arse. It's a Rhino coming up for Cry. Oh, a bot has come. Mr. Kipper, do your duty. Take him out. Take him out behind the woodshed. Show him the Emperor's mercy. Oh, perfect. Mercy delivered. Well done. We must crush the threat of the abominable intelligence wherever it raises its ugly head. Chaos Sorcerer getting absolutely obliterated by shotgun scouts coming out of a Razorback. Tier 2 on the way for Svenoms.
Victory point is lost.
Very much an uphill battle to come back into this game though. The map control from Crisis all game has just been beyond compare. Here comes the Razorback. It's getting the extra armor plating, which is kind of bizarre when there's nothing that can even hurt it on the field. Power Fist. Okay. So I guess the Power Fist is preempting the dog, which could threaten the Razorback. Between the Power Fist and the Melter Bomb on the ASM, you could maybe deal with a dog, assuming you ever actually get to hit the damn thing. I'm not the biggest fan of the Power Fist as an anti-vehicle weapon. It's pretty nice for just doing massive hits, but the Flesh over Steel ability is kind of garbage. Huge Doom Bolts there. All these scouts. Cry, you a bolt. Oh, these are grenade engine heretics. He's not too worried. He should have been a little bit more worried, I feel. But he stuck the cap. 25 VPs, 23. There's no time. It will be a gay to Cry.
They will regret this day.
Cry Scout Micro in Tier 1. Very, very good. He will claim victory in this game. I'm not sure whether this is game 1 or 2 of the series. All I know is Crisis has won one of them. Let me go to the brackets and see what's up. The bracket. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the next game will be. I guess we can watch Deimos. Where is Deimos playing? Bloodrain, yeah. Bloodrain's probably the one. I'm trying to see if there's any, Yeah, let's go watch Bloodrain. Check it. I guess they've closed slots in Bloodrain. Oh, Bloodrain's game just went. Fuck. Who's this? That's a 3v3. Shit! Disaster. I guess that was game 2 of Cry and Venoms then? I guess. I don't know. Well, fuck. Disaster, as they say in Germany. Ein Katastrophe. So somewhere, either Svenoms and Cry should pop up, or Cry and Adilla should pop up. If we're feeling good about this. Just a lot of 3v3s. Bum, 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 bum. I am hoping that Cry vs. Adilla or Cry and Venoms will pop up here in a second. With any luck, Deimos? Question mark? I'm fairly sure Deimos is playing against Russian Scholar right now, right? Let's go and have a look at what's going on here anyway. Oh no, maybe not. Hey, we get glad I went. Hello, chaps. You got a default win. Ah. I hecking love default wins. Deimos has been coming on quite nicely. Definitely an up-and-comer. Ashes of Typhon will be the map. Interesting. See how this goes. The map is Ashes of Typhon, and the band was Shawadawadi. No. Panzer Battalion playing as the Commissar, and Deimos playing as the Tech Marine. It's a pretty good Tech Marine map, if I'm honest. Pretty good Space Marine map, honestly. But Panzer Battalion is the Lord Commissar, and Deimos is the Tech Marine. And we shall do glorious battle here on Ashes of Typhon. Notorious, of course, for the complete inability to hold your power farm, because they can attack from here, they can attack from here, from here, from here, from here. There's just a billion different ways to attack it. Neutral victory point over here often sees a lot of combat, but most of the fighting you'll see coming up either of these ramps and around this side.
Power node, roger.
Nothing surprising in the build so far. Tactical Marines straight out the gate, and a Sentinel and a Guardsman squad. double generator for Deimos.
Sir, power node is ready.
Okay. What's that for? Oftentimes you'll see a single generator, because that way you can get a scout squad and an ASM.
Generator coming up.
Double gens, he's going to have a lot of power, but how is he going to hold said power? Like, how are you going to get the Sentinel off?
Sir, we're losing a victory
That's the
point out
question.
there.
Tech Marine nowhere near. Tactical Marine's coming back to respond, but a
Sir,
single
the
squad
generator
attacks
is
isn't going to
online.
force off a Sentinel and a Guardsman squad.
We have the target in hand.
Especially not coming from this angle where you've got no cover to take. Scouts moving in, so there's the first Devastator squad. Popping Kraken bolts to shoot at Guardsmen.
We have an edge for now.
I think Panzer probably could have stuck that out a little, but he's kiting the Kraken bolts. First dev's coming up, here's the stomp. Deimos going for a bit of spotter repair. Gonna get his entire attack squad stomped.
Now we've got
Now, this is kind of what I was worried about. First devs are up, are they going to get out of here in time? Are they going to get vengeance rounds off the bat? Probably. At least one generator's going to go down for sure. There's no way of holding this.
That's proper destroyed.
This was the thing I was concerned about, why I didn't like to see the double gen build straight off the bat. You could have done this with one generator. Got a second scout squad. Heavy weapons again from Panzer Battalion. He does seem to like them. We'll see if he does the same thing which he did in both games against Adilla with the heavy weapon squad into artillery spotters. Rebuilding the second generator. Double devs now available. Panzer sitting pretty on one generator. Map control is even.
Sir, Devastator has found us.
Setting up a multi-laser turret on the neutral victory point. Okay.
We're pinned down out here.
Sentinel will eventually take some damage to this, but not with the Guardsman squad just standing there, being all
Sir, they have us
repairy.
pinned. Devastator has found us.
Devastators do find the heavy weapons team unset up, but at maximum range, not gonna do too well here. Taking this fight out of cover against this concave, not ideal for the tactical marines.
Pinned down out here.
This was the vengeance rounds yet? They don't. Okay.
Power node, not far away.
Commissar coming in for a flank. Will be able to get on top of these devs, stop them shooting.
Message
Structure under attack.
There's the first vengeance rounds, but with a Guardsman squad just sat here repairing it, that's going to just last forever. Tank Marine is going to go down here if the Commissar is paying attention. Commissar is not paying attention.
Generator coming up.
Decided to let him go free if he just hung out here.
The guardsmen are behind us.
Triple deaths. Deimos has been studying at the school of Inakura, I see. Kraken bolts hopped against the Sentinel, but Sentinel running away. Heavy weapon squad trying to keep the devs suppressed. Artillery spotters, as we're used to seeing now from Panzer Battalion. Dropping the smoke shell and the artillery shell. Inakura has in the past done triple devs, yes, with vengeance rounds.
reporting enemy contact.
There is no glory in pointless defeat.
I've only ever seen Inakura do it, and I don't know who Whiplash is, but possibly.
A victory point is slipping
He did
away.
it against Adilla in one of the 1v1 tournaments last year.
We are superior.
We have an edge for now. Brave, but you
Tier 2 on the way for Deimos, and again, Panzer Battalion's heavy Tier 1 really sets his tech back. But he has a victory point lead. Oh my god, these devs getting stumped.
They're tech marines attacking.
A legendary cheeser, I see.
Upgrade order received. Proceeding.
It is perhaps possible. Force commander with storm shield and tank spell. Oh wow, okay. Nice. Smoke shell again. Cutting down the range, into the artillery shell to knock him out of position, and then the sentinel moves in alongside the commissar. Mastercrafted bolter for the tech marine, but he doesn't want to get punched by a commissar. That's a lot of damage. Oh, they walked it straight into the field of fire of a set up heavy weapon squad. That would explain it. So, Tier 2 is finished for Deimos, on the way for Panzer Battalion. Devs have set up, taken on the Commissar and the Sentinel. Tactical Marines are on the flank, but not going to be able to do too much. Cracker bolts popped, but without anything to actually hold the Sentinel in position, it's going to be a waste.
Sir, reporting tech upgrade complete.
Here comes the Chimera. Tons of requisition on both sides. A Dreadnought.
Reporting enemy contact.
This worked very well against Panzer Battalion when Adilla did it, but he had a significant tech lead. Now with tech even, the Dreadnought will be coming out just after the Chimera hits the field. Here's another smoke shell, but yeah. Really cripples the range of the devs. Kind of interesting that he doesn't push with that smoke shell. It doesn't last forever after all. So you actually wasted most of the duration of that. Rocket launcher on the Sentinel. So there are counters in play. Ton of range DACA going on. Here comes the Chimera.
Now we've got a chance.
Deimos setting up his devs, but they're already flanked by the Chimera and the heavy weapon squad and the Commissar. Artillery shell, knocking everyone back into the crack missile, the frag missile, sorry, of the Sentinel. Dreadnought purchasing an assault cannon. He does have a flanking position here, but he's not going to get to grips with anyone just yet. Probably doesn't want to walk in unsupported against the missile launcher Sentinel. The las cannon on the heavy weapon squad as well.
They'll tear us apart in melee.
I feel like this Dreadnought might be in trouble. If the las cannon gets out, sets up and gets the snare on it, this Dreadnought's toast. Here it is. Las cannon's got out. It's going to get the snare.
They're closing with us.
Yeah, this Dreadnought's dead. That was a little crazy from Deimos there. Unfortunate. Yeah, you can't use walkers like that. A power claw for the Commissar. Nice. Heavy melee DPS. Yeah, you really can't use walkers like that. Not without support. Especially not against an Imperial Guard heavy weapons team that you can't knock down. As the refractor field. Oftentimes the missile launcher Sentinel is enough to deal with a walker. If you have any kind of snare with it as well, that's a real problem.
Victory point is slipping away.
How does Deimos want to come back into this? He wants to come back into this with Assault Marines. What's going on over here? Sentinel just being dakka. But it's fine.
Received, sir.
These devs and techs not able to do too much here. Just getting bounced around by the spotters, flanked by a Chimera, threatened by a Commissar. Tech Marine is in. He has Signum Armor, gives him marked target, which allows him to focus fire a single unit quite effectively.
Now we've
Neutral victory point has been taken by Deimos.
We're quitting this task, man.
Last cannon devs have been purchased.
Devastator has
So Chimera must be careful of them. But currently they're the only AV. We also have Melt Bomb coming in for the Assault Marines. Assault Marines jumping on this Guardsman squad. They get stunned by the Stomp.
Sir, they've a solid
I'm not sure what the point of this play is.
We are under attack.
Just trying to get some kills, I guess. And Melt Bomb the Sentinel, which does a little bit of damage, but yeah, not the clearest strategy here from Deimos. His play so far has been basically send in my most expensive unit, one versus the entire enemy. Also going for a bit of hero focus here, which the Lord Commissar is pretty resilient to, and he's going to chop up these devs.
Target eliminated.
So far so good for Panzer Battalion. No significant losses. Tons of resources. Big old VP lead. And the stronger army at this point. Looks like Deimos might be looking tier 3. What does he want to get in tier 3 that's going to help out? Catachin Devils hitting the field for Panzer Battalion. It's going to be a second Assault Marine squad, okay. This last cannon is not set up in a good position. And the Chimera with the Commissar within is going to set up a nice flank. Commissar gets suppressed, gets back into the Chimera. Chimera trying to block these devs. Not able to do so. Only level 1 techs, that's pretty unfortunate. Shotgun Blast knocks down the attacks into the grenade launcher barrage, takes a model off him. Sergeant still stands. Might see these turn into Stern Guard veterans. Ah, they just leveled, so now it's not quite as valuable so to do.
Right. We need all the help we can get. A victory point is slipping away.
We've found a requisition point here.
Your reinforcements are here.
So double assault squad taking on the Commissar. It's not a fight he really wants to take. He'll trade relatively well. He might get a model, but no. Merciless Strike and the retreat out. So 2 assault squad sergeants giving double Merciless Strike. And double... is that double melter bombs as well? No. Only 1 melter bomb. Last cannon setting up, but last cannon against Catachans, not particularly useful. First melter bomb. Will there be a second? No, because he only has access to 1. Yeah, the assault squads don't handle Chimera too well. They need to set up for the last cannon. So a snare to allow the last cannons to get shots off. On their own, they're not going to take out a Chimera. Here comes the flank. Last cannon is set up. It's going to get a single shot off.
Sir, we're losing a victory point out there.
Maybe a second. Now, you see, this is the thing. If the assault squads were here now, they could have killed the Chimera. But this is kind of typical of what we've seen from Deimos so far. And it is worth remembering, Deimos is a very new player. He's come along in leaps and bounds, but he is an inexperienced player of Dreadnought here, relatively speaking. So these kind of mistakes you would expect to see from a relatively inexperienced player. There's just not a lot of synergy between the units here at Deimos. He has 6 individual units rather than an army, whereas Panzer Battalion has kept his units together. He's been using his Chimera to attack the flanks.
Happy to be of service.
Tier 3 on the way now for Panzer Battalion. Deimos needs to regroup
That's a critical spot.
and win a decisive engagement. He can do it. He has the force he needs if they work together. Here we go. So it's double melter bomb. That will paralyze the Chimera in the face of the las cannon. This is exactly what we needed to do about 10 minutes ago. These assault squads completely uncontested now. They're gonna wreak merry havoc on the back lines of the guardsmen. This is a really good engagement here from Deimos. Takes out the Chimera, takes out a guardsman squad. Ogrins are on the way. And he gets out completely scot-free. That was a massively one-sided engagement for the Space Marines. Ogrins coming in. What will the result of that be? They're running into double... they're running into single heavy bolter devs, so they can be suppressed. Is there a bionic eye? Or discipline? Nope. What's going on here? That's the marked target onto these Catachin Devils, fighting the Stern Guard veterans.
Sir, we're losing a victory point out there.
Plasma Guardsmen and Ogrins. They get their Bonehead leader and Stormtroopers as well coming in. Commissar suppressed, trying to chase the retreating Marines.
Sir, the advantage is ours.
Where are the Assault Marines? Double Assault Marines coming. Okay, so Panzer actually cancelled Tier 3 to buy Ogrins and a Stormtrooper squad. Tier 3 on the way for Deimos. He has sufficient red Terminators. Terminators behind this army, or in front of this army more accurately, would be very scary, very difficult for the Imperial Guard to deal with.
Stormtroopers
Hotshot las
enemy
guns
Space Marines are on the field.
for the Stormtroopers. It's the assault kit. We know and love it. Assault Marines are going to walk into a bit of a sticky wicket here with Ogrins chasing behind. They're going for the las cannon weapon team. They're going to get some good hits on. Not going to wipe it though. Going for the artillery spots. Now these guys they might be able to get. They're going to get them. Yes, they are. And I retreat on out before the Ogrins come. Don't forget that. There we go. Very nice, opportunistic pickoff there from Deimos. And the tide is definitely turning in favor of the Space Marines. Really should be attacking this power whilst he's here. I don't see the reason not to. If you're just going to stand there, you might as well shoot at the buildings. But not electing so to do. There we go. Vengeance rounds are loaded, allowing the Stern Guard to do considerably more damage to buildings and vehicles. And a tarantula turret on the power. Interesting. Stern Guard switching ammo again, back to the anti-infantry round, the name of which I can't remember.
We've lost the generator.
Tier 3 available for Deimos, Tier 3 on the way for Panzer Battalion. Assault squads.
We are winning this one,
They're
sir.
here with Ogrins. That's not a fight they want to take. Shotgun blast from the scouts, disengaging the assault squad. They really don't want to fight these Ogrins. This could be nasty. And on retreat, they're going to lose probably at least one model. Yeah, there's one that goes down. And that's where you see the inexperience of Deimos. Like, a more experienced player would know there's just no point taking anything close to an engagement there. You can only end in a negative for you. Oh, Stern Guard. The positioning, leaving a lot to be desired. Again, Assault Squad can lose a lot of health here at least, and probably some models as well. Yep, they lost one. Will it be a second? Shotgun blast on the Ogrins, perhaps?
Tech Marines attacking!
Target inside.
We need to see a plasma gun on this Tech Marine to deal with these Ogrins. Charging in with assault squads against Ogrins is not... This is not how you beat Ogrins.
The Commissar continues to improve.
Grief. These Ogrins, man. Absolute domination from these Ogrins. And they're just... Danos is just drip feeding his units in one by one. He's going for Warcraft 3 hero focus, which is not as good in Dawn of War 2 as it can be in Warcraft 3. Triple cap. Going to be alleviated slightly, but there's just nothing that deals with Ogrins here. Sternguard are in, they're using Vengeance rounds. They need to be using their crack bolts. Alright, Ogrins are forced off, but the victory point's going to be a huge problem here.
Reporting enemy contact.
Can they get out? Sternguard will cap it faster, so let them do it.
Sir, they have us pinned.
But really all Panzer Battalion needs to do now is solidify this position. And take this back. Oh, kaboom! The IED. Massive value. Kills 2 Devastators and the Tech Marine. I wonder if Deimos noticed. He did. Just.
We are under attack! Orders, sir.
Plasma gun guardsmen do a lot of damage, but they don't want to be punched by assault marines. It's one of the things they really don't like being done to them, is being punched by assault marines.
They're closing with us!
But oh, it's Bulgrins now. Tanky boys. Considering... Oh, Vanguard veterans, okay.
Now in visual range. Assault
But again, Deimos is sending his Vanguard veterans in completely unsupported. Suppressed by the Bulgrins and their shock mauls. An IED again takes out a bunch of assault marines. We've seen one good engagement where Deimos actually used his army altogether. Ever since then, and before that, it's just been piecemeal engagements. There's no time now for Deimos. He needs to focus on VPs and VPs alone. But he's afraid. He's afraid of the IEDs now. These scouts, lurking in wait. Will Panzer notice this is a great grenade? Needs to close with the Catechins, get good damage with the shotguns. Panzer has noticed, and now will attack the scouts with his Catechins. But the devs have managed to get over here. Deimos is holding it together with spit and baling wire. Oh, the scouts just managed to wipe to an ID. Awkward. Very awkward.
We have the target in hand, sir.
So, this might be one of those key situations where a Bane Blade is started, but it will not hit the field, because this isn't going to work, boys. You don't want to fight Bulgrins solo with Vanguard veterans in melee. Look at the amount of damage they're taking. They're getting absolutely rinsed by these Bulgrins. Assault squad doing reasonably well. We've got an orbital bombardment which catches out stormtroopers. It should wipe them. Oh, it doesn't wipe them. Unfortunate. 86 HP. That's still... No, Deimos, come on. There you go. Here we go. The ultimate flex. Here it comes, everyone. Are you ready? It is the Bane Blade!
A victory point is slipping away.
I have faced more fearsome tanks. No, you haven't. It's a lie.
Sir, the advantage is ours.
This is Baneblade cam now. Is it going to fire a single shot? I don't think so. Oh, it might. Actually, there's a tank marine here. Here we go.
Standing by for orders.
Here we go.
Sir, we are taking hits.
There it is. Oh, there it is. Here it is. There we go. Kaboom. It fired a shot. That's better than most Baneblades in 1v1.
Tactical Marines striking here.
Good show,
GG.
sir. Victory.
Well, we saw a Baneblade. The Baneblade fired a shot. That's better than you could say for most 1v1s. Easy peasy. Good game. I think Deimos... Keep improving. Keep improving. Let's go watch... Riku, I guess. Is it best of 3 in the lower bracket? No, it's best of 1, right? Yeah. Yeah, best of 1 in the lower bracket. Riku versus Dude Vanda. Dude Van Dag. I'm not sure what happened to the Svenom's Crisis series. I guess they took a break. And we just sort of missed it. There we go. Yeah, that last match was kind of interesting. Deimos definitely has a lot of potential, and he's improved leaps and bounds. But the synergy between his army there was just absent, completely absent. The one time he got a decisive engagement as well, he couldn't press his advantage. He just sat idling by the power farm. And then, clearly just didn't know how to deal with the Ogrins. Plasma gun on the tank marine, Stone Guard veterans, suppress them with the devs. That's the way. Fighting them piecemeal with assault squads, I ain't gonna cut it. Maybe a dead lobby. Let's see what's going on. Hello, dog. You're very needy today. The dog is sat behind me, gently poking me with his nose. Yes, that's it. Go lay down. Good boy. Oh, okay. The belly has been exposed. Belly rubs. There you go. Good boy. Lobby Simulator 2021. Wait, it's 2022. What am I on about? Jesus Christ. Alright, so what does the bracket look like? Unsurprisingly. Adilla and Cry. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. Hey Valley, how's it going, man? Hope you all are doing as well as can be expected. Oh, I love Lobby Simulator. Lobby Simulator 2022 is my favorite game. What? Eh? Eh? What? Am I quiet? Do I need to adjust my volume levels? Is that a problem? Yes. I was just saying, Valley, that I hope you all are doing as well as can be expected. There he is, the man of the hour. Cry this crisis. Remember to thank Adilla daily. Thanks, Adilla. Yeah. Stay off. Oh, fuck off. I crashed. Don't start the game, Adilla. It turns out Lobby Simulator is not the end boss. It's Crash to Desktop being the end boss. No, shit. Adilla. Thanks, Adilla. Yes. Yes, the connection boss is a true killer. Oh shit. I don't know if this is gonna work, boys. But we're gonna try it, alright? Guys, there's a dog. Look at the dog. He's completely upside down. Look at him. Look at him. Oh. Alright. Enough of this. Hey, we're in a game. Of course he does. Of course he does. He can reveal his soft underbelly anytime, and the worst he will get is belly rubs. A brief moment of dog cam before the unmitigated violence of Space Marine versus Space Marine on Ashes of Typhon. And here we are, on Ashes of Typhon, again, with unmitigated violence, the promise of the day, brought to you by the Apothecary of Adilla, in the blue, and the Force Commander of Crisis, in the red. Let us see what happens this time. Space Marine Mirror is, to be honest, generally quite slow. Not a lot of DPS in the Space Marine army, and an awful lot of tankability. We'll have to see what builds the players go for. Adilla, second scout squad straight off the bat, into Tactical Marines. Cry, Tactical Marines into Scout Squad. Give Adilla a little bit more map control early on, but his Tactical Marines, if Crisis goes for an aggressive push, will be out in time to defend as well. And you can sort of see the difference here where, with the second Scout Squad, Adilla got this rec point a little quicker than Crisis got his. He also got his power up and noted quicker, and this rec point as well. Small advantages, very minor. And Cry actually managed to capture and node the middle point with his first Scout Squad. So, all's fair in Love and War, and actually minor advantage for Cry. He'll have a very small amount of extra power. Here comes the first Shotgun Squad for Adilla. Apothecary giving chase to Tactical Marines. Force Commander giving chase to Apothecaries. So Adilla has gone for a generator earlier than Cry. Obviously Cry spent his node here, but he has 2 power nodes as well. So power income slightly in favor of Cry with a node and 2 points versus a single generator and a single point.
One of our victory points.
Apothecary out of energy, has used all the heals he's going to get. Kraken bolts popped on these Tactical Marines out of cover. Cry is slow to react to this. Kills the scout and gets out without a model. Loss. That's pretty good. Pretty good. And both teams just sort of mirroring each other's movements. Cry is going to lose his natural power and his natural rec point. First dev squad up for Cry. Interesting choice to go for devs. I would have assumed Assault Marines, but devs on Ashes is a good choice. Shotgun Scouts at range aren't going to harass the Force Commander too much. They do knock him back, which delays the capture of the point. But losing this fully mature rec point is a tough blow. You don't want that, and he's going to lose this one as well. The 2 fully mature rec points have been decapped. Better let fly. It's Cry's Scout Squad who has the Sergeant. Now setting up a flank here, these devs, they're going to be able to suppress
We shall make it
Because
so.
for some reason, this edge here doesn't count as line of sight. Suppressed and grenaded. Oh, that's a huge grenade from Cry. Well played.
Do not let his
The heal,
sacrifice
but
be
he
in
does
vain.
take out a model. Here comes the assault squad of Adilla. Unfortunately, Cry spotted it coming and was able to tear down his devs before they could get jumped on, so an easy retreat out. Kraken bolts popped. And a disruption of the leap dodged by the retreat. The entire force of Cry actually on retreat
Make
now.
it so.
See if Adilla can turn this into anything.
Generator operational.
Gonna decap this wreck point and go for the natural power generator again. Probably not gonna be able to get this. We'll get the decap here. Oh, we'll not get the decap here. A timely shotgun blast from Cry. Is Adilla gonna try and stick it? He is. This could prove costly. Kraken bolts popped. Shotgun blast into grenade. Timing not quite perfect. Oh, very nice grenade. And it completely destroyed the Devastator squad. Wiped. So when I said timing not quite perfect, what of course I meant was timing absolutely perfect. The steel chair indeed delivered.
Adding support structure.
That was a very nice combo. How will Cry come back from that? That's a devastating loss.
The enemy
Excuse
is
me.
claiming a
I'll
victory
see myself out.
Support structure complete. The enemy is destroying
These
the
tacks.
structure.
Oh. Maybe this is how he gets back into it with a retreat grenade. It looks pretty good. It is good. Oh, it's not quite good enough. Almost. Almost. Force Commander getting the power sword, as we know from our good friend Dark Hero. Once you have this item, you cannot lose. So, victory is mere seconds away for Cry.
Guides us to victory.
And the decap on the red point is complete. Knocked down are the scouts, but they'll get back up, shotgun blast themselves to safety. Yep. Indeed, it's double nade. Adilla landed a truly sick combo snow. I'm not sure if you were able to catch that. It was not exactly the most difficult thing in the world when you've got two scout squads, but definitely a turning point in the game. Grenade!
The enemy is one of our own.
Oh,
has
there's a
died.
grenade.
The
Dodged
enemy must
by Cry, and this scout squad is in dead stuff. Shotgunning the Force Commander away and retreating on out of there. Tier 2 on the way for Cry.
ceasing rearmament.
Any war gift for the apple? No, nothing for the apple. Assault Marines jump is baited masterfully. Shotgun blast knocking down attacks. The power sword special attacks doing a lot of damage here. The Assault Marines getting on out of there as well. You don't want to fight the Force Commander with a power sword. He will hurt you in more ways than one. Not just physically, but emotionally as well. Oh, infiltrated scouts now from Adilla. Fully upgraded scout squads. Let fly the foot grenade onto the apple. He heals himself. Oh, these tactical marines. No energy. Oh, that's unfortunate positioning. If the squads had been interposed, where the one with full energy could have got a retreat grenade, but no such luck.
Go ahead. Scouts ready.
Our battle brother has fallen. Do not let his sacrifice be
Run,
in vain.
Adilla, run. It's double scout. Oh,
Unleash all fury
grenade just
upon
to
them.
allow the scouts of Adilla to disengage. double upgraded scouts from Cry as well, and the Razorback is on the way. Adilla shotgun blasted with the low scouts, yes.
Go ahead.
That's why they had no energy.
Deactivated and ready to be secured. Scouts
They
under
will
attack.
regret this day. Victory point secured.
Scouts under attack.
We shall make it so.
That's a good
Alright, Razorback about to hit the field for Adilla. No melter bomb for these assault marines, but here comes the for the Emperor, the Power Sword Force Commander, dealing handily with the assault marines, but there's just too much Ultramarine here for the red Carcharodons to deal with. Run, assault squad! Jump to safety! Retreat, 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 retreat. Okay. Is that a white scout squad? It is. Adilla has lost a scout squad. And so is Cry. So, bloody battle again.
Enemy falters, but he is not yet beaten.
Replacing the Devastators now is Cry. Going for a plasma gun on his tax. Adilla already purchased a missile launcher on his tax. There's the smoke launcher from the bright Razorback. Infiltrated scouts moving in. Looking for a grenade. Grenade is out, but dodged nicely by Cry. Climbing aboard the Razorback are the scouts now. And now the Ultramarines and the red Carcharodons having a mighty battle. Smoke screen again from the Razorback.
Scouts here. Go ahead. Under attack.
Yes.
Let them fall before us.
Ooh, the Tactical Marines getting gibbed there. Assault Marines have retreated, so
Our apothecary has
there's
gained
a
a
considerable advantage here for Cry with the las cannon. He can threaten the vehicle very easily. He also has the juggernaut that is the Artificer Armor Power Sword Force Commander leading the charge. Nice engagement there from Cry. Shotgun blast knocks the Tactical Marines off the cap, and the plasma gun tax will do a good job against the missile launch attacks here, even despite the fact they're down a sergeant. Cry grabbing a librarian.
The Codex Astartes guides us to victory.
Has to be careful with the positioning of the Razorback, just Cry. The missile launcher not as unwieldy as the las cannon devs. One more shot from the missile launcher will get it. There's the smoke grenade popped, obscuring the ability of the rocket launcher to do damage. You see that? Massive damage reduction. And the scouts able to
Deploy apothecary
get the
medical
repair
equipment.
underway. Improved medical equipment coming from the apothecary, making him a better healer. Where is the librarian? The librarian is on his way. Here he is.
Apothecary medical equipment deployed. Make way. A vehicle is coming through.
Let's see what Adilla wants to go for. This tax is so low. There's the smite from the and here comes the engagement. Melter bomb placed on the Razorback, that's the word. Where are the tax? The tax got warped back to base, okay. These scouts are gonna go down. Melt grenade even from the scout squad onto the Razorback. And now Adilla lost a shit ton in that engagement. He lost his assault marines, he lost his scouts. The librarian did a really good job there. Tactical marines, Angels of Death popped, taking considerably less damage. There's the global ability of the Apothecary. Christ, smoke grenade usage has been really good. And this missile launcher has not proven worth at all. The additional DPS of the plasma attacks really turning the engagements, as well as grenades from the scouts and the librarian's psychic abilities as well. So Adilla has gone from a pretty dominant position into a very weak position.
Our fortifications are under assault.
He does have an economic lead, but economic leads can only take you so far. He has time as well. He built up a significant victory point lead earlier in the game, so he can play a little bit more conservative than he might otherwise be able to. Charging into the forces of Cry here would be a huge mistake. You know, he's massively outgunned, massively outnumbered. And the missile launcher on forward armor will not be able to kill this Razorback quickly enough. Getting tied up by the Force Commander. Trying to find an angle where he can fire that missile launcher. The smoke grenade is popped. Cry playing it safe. Didn't want to lose the Razorback to some random bullshit where the missile launcher, even though being tied up in melee, can somehow... Here's a retreat grenade. Swing and a miss. Terminators. Terminators for Adilla. Here they are. Tactical Dreadnought armor, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beast. It's a beast. Force Commander doesn't want to deal with this, but he does have plasma attacks. Supporting from the sidelines, these guys will do a lot of damage to the terms. These Terminators have not used their teleport. No real reason for them to do so yet. You want to use your teleport defensively with Terminators, as they cannot retreat. But a lot of damage being done here by these tactical marines. See the heal from the Apothecary barely touches the Terminators. Oh, they lost a model. Wow. That's really unfortunate. Cyclone missile launcher is available, targeting the Razorback, and they get it, but the Razorback of Adilla goes down to the assault Terminators of Crisis. Teleporting out are the Terminators, but teleporting directly after them are the assault Terminators, and this model is completely surrounded and stuck. There we go, he manages to work it out. Veil of Time from the Librarian, speeding up the assault Terminators as they desperately club these regular Terminators down. One more, boom, and they get him. Thunderhammer makes short work. And this is looking very difficult now for Adilla. Switching out to a plasma gun for his tactical marines, but the assault Terminators in the base, taking next to no damage from the heavy bolter turrets. Now the plasma guns can take up the fight again, and they get moved away again by the Librarian, who has the psychic hood. The Gate of Infinity, ladies and gentlemen.
Terminators deployed and ready. Heavy fire on my position. All guns, open fire!
Assault Terminators teleport in onto the tactical marines, recognizing that they're the only real damage threat against themselves. They decide to take the fight to it. Veil of Time again, speeding up the movement speed of the Terminators as they get in. Cyclone missiles at the scouts and the librarians. Kraken bolts popped onto the tactical marines, trying to help out, but for the Emperor onto the assault Terminators as they desperately club the Apothecary. Beat him to death. Not quite gonna work. But here in the base, these Terminators can live pretty much indefinitely. Oh, that was the wrong button to press, excuse me. The bird's eye view. Terminators of Attila are making short work of the back lines, but there's just nothing on the field for Attila that can deal with these Gate of Infinity. The Librarian summons Assault Terminators to defend him in his hour of need.
Let fly!
Retreat grenade. Oh, it's going to hit this Terminator. Boom. There's a drop pod with tactical marines in it. These Terminators. Oh, no. Oh, the teleport. No, he dies in base. So unfortunate there. Christ played this game so well. The Librarian really turned this game around. Excellent Librarian usage. GG, Cry takes the game. The series is 1-0. Why does Zadil have to drag this out? I don't know. Maybe he thought he could do something. Yeah. Adilla is a manly man. The dog has moved. Hello, dog. Oh, yeah. There we go. I mean, I think anyone in their right mind, if a sound bug had occurred, would have called that game for Cry after that engagement on the neutral victory point where Adilla got Dino dick slammed. I have too many tabs open. Where is the match? There we go. Adilla versus Rick? Wait, what? Was that game 2? Surely not. Maybe it was. Yeah, well, there we go. This is the problem. Too many games going on at once. So Cry has to play best noob. Adilla plays Riku. And who else? I guess. So Cry plays best noob. Yeah. I wonder what is going on. Alright. We have players in a lobby, which is excellent news. Dark Riku not looking forward to playing Eldar on the Leviathan Hive. Understandable. Playing Eldar at any time is obnoxious, to say the least. Playing Eldar on a map where they can just fucking warp around and be bitches. But I will say this is the first Eldar we've seen today, which is always nice. You know, you don't necessarily want to watch Eldar, as they are abominable, fiendish, hideous Xenos. But here they are, abominable, hideous, fiendish Xenos, the Farseer of Adilla, versus the good, clean boy that is Dark Riku, playing as the Apothecary. Look how fast this frickin' Farseer is. She's already out to the power. Faster than scouts. She's a Zoomer. It's true. She's a Zoomer being played by Boomer. So, you know.
Our kin watch from above.
I think I'm fairly certain Adilla is a Boomer. I'm prepared to believe it. I feel like just about everyone who's still into 40k is a Boomer.
Structure.
Is this? Yeah. So this is a custom scheme from Riku. I quite like it. So double scouts from Riku. Relatively standard 1v1 build.
Support structure complete.
You want map control, you want mobility, and you absolutely want shotguns against Banshees. These are Banshees. We don't like them. We don't like them. They run fast, they jump good, they chop good, they scream. That's not good. Unless you're an Eldar player, in which case they're great.
Generator operational.
They're very choppy. And I have a big old frog in my throat, apparently. But you don't want to be doing this with them. Yeah, if they get caught out, they're also very squishy. Chase them! Chase them! Chase the filthy Xenos! Oh, the shotgun blast dodged on retreat. But that was rather expensive. 3 Banshee models going down straight away is not ideal. Double generator up for Adilla, going for ranges. Damnable Xenos. So Riku obviously aware that there's no shotgun blast just yet. Feeling more confident getting in. Oh, Adilla losing a lot of Guardians as well. Oh, we lost some over here to Scouts.
The enemy is
2 generators for Riku. Rangers are out. First Shuriken weapon team out. We'll probably see 2 of them. Although with the Rangers you might not. You might only see 1.
Ever alert.
So yeah, Adilla has bled pretty heavily in this early game. 3 Banshees, 3 Guardians. Not exactly cheap. Meanwhile, Riku just lost a single scout, I believe. So, definitely a good early trades for Riku. Making decent progress on his tactical marine levels as well. That's something else to keep an eye on. The Apothecary does not want to be here.
We have succeeded in our objective.
He will get out in time.
The Space Marines are
Taking cover behind the mangrove trees are the Guardians.
Death has struck
They
among
got
our
shotgunned a bit. They still have a shotgun blast available for the Farseer. There it is, suppressed. And it's a retreat. Taking a lot of damage. Where's the Shuriken weapon team?
Shuriken cannon team ready.
Trying to get around. Meanwhile, power being pressured by Banshees and
We
Rangers.
trust in your guidance.
Banshees will deal with this generator
Our forces shall have tools for the task.
relatively efficiently. The one thing Eldar lack is very fast power bash. So I'm sure Adilla will address that shortly. Scout Sergeant in. Oh, Tactical Marines. They're going to get a volley. Okay, they do just manage to get in there. That's risky. If you run too close, these heavy weapon teams deal a shit ton of damage if they shoot you at close range. Banshees. Oh, and the knockdown. And the suppression. The scouts are in trouble. They land the foot grenade. Nice foot grenade.
Our howling banshees have howled their last.
It's probably saved the squad's life, but
Shape
only the
blade
sergeant
into
survived.
Cedars armor.
Oh, the weapons team almost died to the tactical marines. Unfortunately, it's going to survive on 35 HP.
Enemy space marines
These
are claiming
banshees
our victory objective.
are also not going to die. And the Farseer getting in the armor of fortune, which gives her a shit ton of health regen, and gives her an ability
Shall rise to the challenge.
which reduces the damage taken of allied units.
They will regret this day.
But she's being barreled over by assault marines, shot by tactical marines. Assault marines still have a jump. They're going to use it on the Guardian weapon team that immediately retreats. Sensibly, wisely. I hear the shrieking of banshees
Our task.
in base.
One of our generators
They
is under
shrieked.
attack.
They shrieked in base, which means there'll be no suppression here. Rangers getting in close here. That's a
Precious Eldar light.
interesting play. And these tactical marines are going to go up to level 2 here. They get the flame up. Burning banshees alive. You love to see it. Burning generators alive. Less fun. They make less nice, crispy, sizzling, popping noises. But yeah, the assault marines managed to chase down the rangers. Rangers being replaced. Oh, it's a grenade battle, but these scouts are going to lose. Oh, the sergeant comes in just in time.
Our structures prey to space marines.
Oh god. Adilla. That's why you don't charge into the teeth of Guardian weapon teams. Riku not very happy with that one.
Adding support structure.
Only fools rush.
Aspect of strength for these banshees. So when they get their Exarchs, you will have the Executioner
We
Spear.
have succeeded in our objective.
These Guardians,
We will stand against
gonna be
any
pincered
enemy.
if they stay. They have found some assault marines, and they have decided to retreat on out of there. The tactical marines also retreating on out in the face of Banshee and Farseer pressure.
Adding warp generators.
Assault marines fighting Banshees with fortune. This doesn't seem good. The shotgun blast knocks him down. Riku jumping away onto the Guardian weapon team. Nicely baited. I would say Riku was pretty lucky there not to lose an assault marine, but you know, killed some more Banshees. 2 of them, in fact. And the assault marines are getting up there in levels as well. They're almost level 2.
Indubitably. It is
Grenade on the
time
far
to
side to knock
adding
it back.
warp generators.
Stops the decap. Or the cap, sorry. Here's the first webway gate. So, Adilla is now able to move his units practically instantaneously from his base to this point, but they have been spotted by the scout sergeant, who does
The enemy
detect
has
infiltration,
destroyed one of our structures.
and the gate taken down.
We are losing a power node to the enemy.
Let's... Tier 2 on the way for Riku. -1 scout squad. That's okay. This scout squad, unfortunately not the one that leveled up. Almost level 3 on these attacks. It's going to be rough to deal with very highly leveled tactical marines in Tier 2. Going again for the buildings, trying to burn down the generator. Not likely to get this completed. No. Here's the Banshees. Purification rights. Knocks down the Banshees. They're being punched. And the Assault Marines diving in. And this is, you see, is the result of the level attacks. They're able to hold their own in melee with the Banshees. Simply because of their levels. And the Apothecary, obviously. In a fight that would otherwise be incredibly one-sided.
Yes?
So, Assault Marines hunting down Rangers again. They get a special to knock them down. Gonna kill a model.
One of our
And
generators is
they
under
level
attack.
up to level 2 as well.
Our reinforcements are here.
Razorback is on the way for Dark Riku, which will provide a nice mobile firebase from which the Space Marines can attack, regroup, and reinforce. Assault Marine Sergeant comes in. Are we going to get Attack Sergeant? Probably. Although he may wish to drop in a tactical squad, turning into Stern Guard. Here's the Assault Marines jumping in onto the weapons team. Purification rights to help disrupt the Banshees, and these Assault Marines are just absolutely rinsing the Eldar. Grenade does good work,
New units are now
knocking him
available
down.
to us.
To one side for armor.
Enemy Space Marines are claiming a victory. Space Marines have targeted.
So, Adila in dead stuck here. He is in Tier 2, but he has to contend with a Razorback, he has to contend with level 3 attacks, level 2 Assault Squad, and an Apothecary with Purification rights. Charging head on at this is not going to work.
Yes. Fire.
Looking to gate behind the lines is Adila. To fight in front of the cover of infiltration, they've done good damage here to the Assault Squad. They do manage to kill one of the models, but he's being reinforced from the Razorback. There he goes. And the Assault Squad fully healed.
Come. Show me what
Ah, a Bright Lance has appeared. But that Bright Lance is in a nasty position, and that will show Riku that there's a gate back there, so he can send his scouts to look for them. Pin a Diller in his base.
Send forth a warlock to
When these
lead
units
our
turn
guard
up, he'll know exactly where the gate is. Loading everything up into the
We must
Razorback,
not lose the day.
and he's going to go attack
Space
the gate
Marines are
position.
taking one of our resource points. We have 100 points remaining.
There we go.
Our structure is praised.
So the Bright Lance is set up. The Banshees are screaming, but they've been knocked back away from the gate, and they do just manage to get in. Well, they took too many losses. They did lose quite a few models to the Merciless Strike. But that bought a bit of time for Adila. He's going to get a cap back. He has decapped. Tier 3 on the way for Riku. Pretty difficult to see Adila getting back into this, but if he's going to do it, it's going to be through webway chicanery.
Let the 99th
And playing into
sword
this,
be honed and made ready
Warp
for
Spiders, teleporting ranged infantry. Very annoying to play against. Assault Marines do not manage to contact the Bright Lance, but they do force it into retreat. The Rangers being chased down by the Razorback. Ah, the freaking targeting on moving vehicles is so bad. There we go, they finally got it. So for those who don't know, you're actually unable to manually select a target for a moving vehicle. It will just fire at whatever it feels like. So Riku could have wiped that squad back here, ended up having to chase it back there because the auto target on the moving vehicle was so dreadful. The Razorback wants none of this. Too many dudes up there for it to deal with alone. The Assault Squad, however, very happy to engage. Going for the Bright Lance. The Bright Lance escapes into the roadway. You can stutter step it, Snow. You can't. Yeah, you can't. If you stop and click, it'll go. But if you're moving, it will auto shoot.
Unfortunate.
GG. Riku has won. In fairly convincing fashion, which we like to see. We don't like the filthy Eldar, so glad to see them dead. And now to the brackets. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Cry versus Best Noob will be the upper bracket final. And then Blood Rain versus Riku will be the lower bracket final. Alright, this is a Blood Rain game, so it won't be starting for years. So, I need to go make a cup of tea. I shall leave you. No. I was going to leave them with beautiful dog cam, but you've moved, because I moved. Up. No, okay, you're done. Very well. Very well. Alrighty. I'm making tea. I was going to do dog cam, but the dog decided he did not want to participate in dog cam. Alrighty, what's going up? What do you guys think of the BRB screen, by the way? Do you like the white border or do you not like the white border? I think the white border is kind of cool, otherwise it would just be a purple screen. Alright, here we go.
Hit my balls.
Who's this? Sherry Danny. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. You join us at an auspicious time, Sherry Danny. For Bloodrain's Farseer will be playing Dark Riku's Apothecary on Sivo Frontier. Right now, in fact. Here he is.
Not fear to speak your mind.
Bloodrain. Playing as the Farseer with a sprinting out.
Strategic location spotted.
And Dark Riku's Apothecary. Trudging through the sand and the dirt of the Sivo Frontier. Double Guardians for Bloodrain. Interessante. Not all the time do you see double Guardians.
We have adding support
Attacks
structure.
first for Riku into Scouts. Pretty much all the time do you see that. So the last time we were here on Sivo Frontier, we saw a concerted push by the red player onto the power farm of blue, which resulted in blue taking the entire map and winning the game handily.
Support structure complete.
I feel like that's unlikely to happen in this case. Tactical Marines finding some Guardians to shoot at. They quite like that matchup if they can take the fight from within cover. If they cannot take the fight from cover, they are not massively keen on it. And here they are faced with overwhelming firepower and a Farseer, so Tax just need to get on out of that. They are going to get caught by the fleet of foot Farseer. The Apothecary does have a heal available, and he will deploy it here on the Tactical Marines, whilst trying to engage the Farseer and keep them off the Tactical Marines. Good special there from the Farseer. The Guardians able to pump out a lot of DPS, unaccosted at the moment. Jesus, pardon me. The Tactical Marines finally managed to shake themselves free of the Farseer and get to grips with the Guardians. If you're ever interested in seeing what happens when a Space Marine gets to grips with an Eldar, go out into your garden, pick up a bunch of sticks and just sort of crush them in your hands. It's sort of a similar motion as that. The Space Marines will make short work of the frail pansy Space Elves, should they get their hands on them.
Enemy Space Marines are claiming a victory objective.
Bloodrain going for a double Ranger build, being an obnoxious little bastard, as Eldar players are wont to be. No Banshees though, so the white threat is going to come from battle equipment Guardians with their grenades. Rangers with a kinetic blast will be able to set up nicely for the Guardians. I am Kinfer. Welcome, sir. Or madam. Most likely, sir. Let's be honest, this is Warhammer. Very few women enjoy Warhammer.
Hit my balls.
Thank you for the follow.
Adding warp generator.
Welcome, welcome.
Normal pace. They loose fire upon us.
We have shotgun scouts here, lurking behind
There is no glory in
carts, I
pointless
guess.
defeat.
Bins, trolleys, I don't know what to call these things.
For their task.
Trailers. But whatever they were lurking behind them, and they jumped out and got immediately kinetic blasted by rangers.
Behold our new possession.
It is time to add to our
Snow, I only need one.
Fine swift, Aegis smiles on us.
The snow now churns for the benefit of the craft.
I'm not greedy. I only need one woman to enjoy me, and I have that, so great success, I guess.
Moving to target.
I'm calling it a great success anyway.
Enemy space marines are claiming.
Whether or not it is up for debate. It might be pure pity, you never know. Anyway, there are assault marines present,
Space Marines
and assault marines against this composition are laughably unfair. When they get to grips with these Eldar, there's nothing that Blood Rain's going to be able to do other than run away. Oftentimes, as the Eldar player, you'll want to bait the assault marines into jumping in, and then counter them with Howling Banshees. Oh, this Guardian is having a really bad time. He's already dead, he doesn't need to keep bleeding like this. But an endless fountain of blood has been formed. Doubtless this means that the Cornet Demon will arise shortly.
Adding support structure. One of our generators is under
Tactical Marine Flamers in on the power. Nice early game here from Riku. I'll be quite honest with you, I'm no Eldar expert. I do consider them perfidious and unacceptable.
support structure.
But I'm not sure what the double ranger build is supposed to achieve here. Scouts are getting heavily molested. Riku may have forgotten about them and indeed will just let them die. That's unfortunate. Not happy with himself is Riku. But he did trade them for a ranger squad at least. So that's something. Tit for tat. There's a grenade. Hits the apothecary. Farseer retreats on out. Where are the tanks? Tanks retreated back to base. Okay, they must have taken some damage.
Enemy space marines are
Here comes some
claiming
Banshees for
victory.
Blood Rain. He's realised that without Banshees, his army has nil teeth. And really the only reason he got a wipe is because Riku mismicroed. Mismicroed? There we go.
Space marines have targeted one of our structures.
Assault Marines taking out the cover of the Guardians, forcing them into retreat.
Nevertheless,
2 Rangers remain in this squad. Farseer has the Ghost Helm, which gives her the Mind War ability, a single target ability that does pretty good damage and suppresses.
We have lost the structure to the enemy. Adding warp generator.
A kinetic blast knocks back the attacks who knock over the Ultramarines.
we are locked with the
The domino knockback. But they found the Rangers, and this is what I was talking about. You try and bait the Assault Marines in by jumping onto Rangers, and then counter them with Banshees. And now there are Banshees on the field, and these Assault Marines are getting mullered. They might even wipe here. They will wipe here. Really, really unfortunate there for Riku.
Overhaste is dangerous.
It is a fuselage.
The shots came from that direction, so they resist us.
Make them pay for this assault.
A little bit of a tilt setting in for the boy here, as he gets specialed by Banshees into a wipe. It's the most common combination in Dawn of War 2 is the Banshee special into instantly dying. But he did get baited in onto the Rangers. Probably wasn't aware of the Banshees at that stage because they just got purchased late. So wasn't thinking about it.
There is no glory in
Tier 2
pointless
is
defeat.
almost finished for Riku and 33% done for Blood Rain. But Blood Rain has taken a pretty significant advantage here.
precious Eldar lifeblood our Farsia has gained a lead.
The Rangers sniping a attack. And the Banshee's getting in there as well. A couple more strikes. Not going to get it. Right, dude at the rear of the formation will be just fine.
Adding warp generator.
These scouts don't want to really stick around here. They're going
Strategic
to do a
location.
bit of plinking.
We are losing a victory objective.
But there's nothing a single scout squad can do to dissuade Banshees, Guardians, and a Farsia.
Ever alert.
Generator
The
operation.
Razorback is up and running. These attacks not quite able to reinforce their last
The
model
enemy has 300 points remaining.
because they jumped into the transport. Fire Dragons, the choice of Blood Rain. Heavy infantry that will make short work of the Razorback should they get
Prepare
in
to
close.
lose your system.
And an Exarch for this aspect of strength Banshees.
One of our generators is under
But
attack.
depositing flame attacks onto the power is the Razorback.
We have lost the generator to enemy fire.
And attack's now level 2, which will help out tremendously, although I think the Banshees are probably pretty close to leveling as well.
Our reinforcements are here.
No, not too close actually, less than half. Here come the Fire Dragons. Oh, careful. You don't want to display rear armor to Fire Dragons. Grenade, no good. Scouts trying to force melee with the Fire Dragons just to keep them off.
Adding support structure.
They do good damage to the attacks as well. Don't forget about your attacks, Riku. Good, good. Where are the Banshees? The Banshees are chasing into base, so they lost a model for their temerity.
Now your training is put to the test.
The forces of gravity will bow to our Farsian support structure complete.
Going for the Grav Blade, the
enemy
Far
has
Seer to pick
200
up.
points remaining.
Oh no, she cancelled it and went for root armor. Okay.
We have succeeded.
There'll be no Gravity Blade shenanigans
Indubitably.
yet. Repurchasing the Assault Squad is Dark Riku, but 3 victory points belong to the Eldar. The entire map is blue. Looking very difficult here for Riku. He needs to take a decisive engagement. The grenade on rear armor does appreciable damage, but nowhere near enough to dissuade the Razorback from coming forward. Riku really needs to get out and get some map control. Infiltrated. Oh, these attacks are so dead. Quick reactions from Riku, but it's not going to be enough. The webway gate of the Farseer providing an infiltration aura. Very, very difficult to deal with. I don't think he has a single. He does, he does have some detection, but it just wasn't there. Oh, the rear armor. Razorback's going down. The Assault Marines not going to be able to stick it in melee here. They don't have enough support.
The forces of gravity will bow to our Farsian.
We're going for the Warcraft 3 hero focus. Not going to work. And would not be surprised to see the GG called here, unless Riku is feeling
They turn us in upon ourselves.
like playing it out.
The splendor of the
Adding warp generator.
Apothecary probably going to die here. Fleet of Foot, Banshees catching him.
Falter. For victory is within reach.
Dead. And back into the infiltration aura of the webway gate.
We have succeeded in our objective. One less generator feeds our enemies.
Victory points ticking down. Not really much hope of winning an engagement here, has Dark Riku. There's the Grav Blade holding them in position for the Banshees to slice and dice. And then the grenade on top.
Our Farsia has attained level 4.
And chop, chop, chop. Down goes the Assault Squad.
yes. Our blade as war haste is dangerous.
Here comes an Autarch.
Come, show me what passes your fury among
Poor Riku.
Generator is smashed.
He has been
It is time
well
to
and
let
truly
you all
held
know
out.
what happened.
The mental damage is too strong.
I am pinned here.
We shall rise to the challenge.
I am under attack.
Here comes a drop pod.
With this I honor the valor of Azrael.
Nice. It cancelled the webway gate.
This power node belongs to us now.
We shall be the end of you.
Very worth. Webway gate cancelled. Unfortunately, the drop pod will now be taken out.
As it was fated.
Poor Riku.
Just as you require.
Here comes another Auto.
That's a good position.
The battle goes our way, for now.
Return fire.
Oh, it's the same Auto.
Pointless defeat.
And everything is stealthed outside the base.
Space Marines.
Space Marines! A Space Marine! The Space Marines!
Away before it detonates.
Alright, chop, chop, chop. The Stern Guard veterans, far more resilient than Tactical Marines. However, you can't win without victory points, and Dark Riku had 0 of them. So, what did we learn, kids? Emotional damage, very important. Alrighty. To the brackets, let's find out what's going on next. So I guess next we have to have Cry versus Bestie. I don't know if that's already started. Maybe it has. Probably has. Yeah. What? How far through Cry and Bestie? Really? Okay. So then the losers finals will be between Blood Rain and Best Noob. Most interesting. Well, I shall hang out here for the next game then. God. What time is it? God, it's almost 1 o'clock. Jesus. Where the hell is today gone? I feel like I've been up for hours. Alright. Streamlabs is being shit, don't mind it. It's my own fault. It's entirely my own fault. I'm trying to mess with stuff whilst live, and that's not usually a good idea. In fact, it's usually a very bad idea. Now, why won't you... There we go. Alright. I will stop messing with this. So did Cry and Best New end? Best versus Rain. Roger. Roger, roger. Roger. So I had a whole new load of artwork and overlays and shit made. And then didn't have time this morning to set them all up, so I was trying to see if I could set them up in that small break, but... the answer was no, I could not. And a large portion of that is down to me being an absolute papega when it comes to these things. So once this tournament is done, I shall have to put some time and effort in. Papega clap. Yes, Ryan, indeed. Spasibo. Alrighty. The good news is, the Ruskies decided not to kick me, which was nice. That has happened before. Alrighty. So it's an Imperial Guard off. Which means lots of flashlights, lots of sentinels. What else are we going to see lots of? Maybe heavy weapons teams? Do I play or just observe? I play sometimes, but most, when it comes to the tournaments, I just observe.
I protect the Imperium.
So this is Bloodrain playing as the Inquisitor, and Best Noob playing as the Lord General. I'm one of the only English speakers who casts the tournaments. The community is predominantly Russian and Eastern European, I would say. Alright. Sentinels have found Lord Generals, and Sentinels as well. Are they both wearing the same colours?
Roger.
Yes, they're both playing Destroyers. That's going to be really fun. So it's... Oh god, why do they do this to me? So we have red Vestroyans and blue Vestroyans.
Enemy sentinel has engaged.
But it is all the same colour scheme. Assholes. Go sit in your base, Bloodrain, and think about what you've done. This is best news.
Happy to be of service.
As he takes the guard tower just outside the base of Bloodrain. So, more guardsmen coming for best noob. Where Bloodrain has elected to... Has he bought war gear? Or has he bought power node?
Your reinforcements are here.
So the Lord General in this guard tower will deal reasonably well with the guardsmen as they come out. When you garrison in a building, you get massive damage resistance against most kinds of weapons, and then massive vulnerability. There you go, there's a flamer. If he was still in the building as that flamer came out, he would have been roasted, toasted, and burned to a crisp. As it is, he just has to get out and leave. The Sentinels, not the most accurate of creatures, certainly not on the move as well. So a bloody start to the game. Lots of guardsmen have died, which is pretty much what they're for.
The victory point is ours.
But
now.
Bloodrain is down a squad of guardsmen simply because he hasn't bought one. Best Noob has 3 squads of guardsmen. And now we will break out of the base contain, get out on the map and start capturing resources.
Power node acquired.
Heavy weapons team coming up for Bloodrain. He does have these Flamer Guardsmen. Flamer Guardsmen in IG Mirror can be very strong. Because of the light infantry all clustered up as they get flamed, it does a lot of damage.
Now we've got a chance.
Sir, we're losing a power node.
But the problem with Guardsmen, of course, is once you commit to a special weapon for them, you can't change your mind. So those Guardsmen will have that Flamer forever until they wipe. Setting up a multi-laser turret is best noob, but the heavy weapons team is going to set up. And they will take a vicious toll on these Guardsmen, who do manage to get the turret set up, but it's going to cost a lot.
Enemy sentinel has engaged.
Here comes the Lord General, getting his grenade launchers, and the Flamer Guardsmen getting stumped.
Enemy sentinel has engaged.
Hiya! And the turret will stand strong for a little bit. This single lone Guardsman bravely defending and repairing the turret, but he has to get out of there now before the heavy weapons team comes back. The grenade launchers of the Lord General and his stormtroopers taking cover behind this crate can fire grenades up and over this building.
Let's get to it. Enemy commander attacking.
The Inquisitor is chasing off guardsmen in the northeast, but they take cover in the building over there. The Sentinel, oh god, the Sentinel is getting blocked, it's getting repaired slightly, and the suppression finally kicking in on the Lord General, stomping the Flamer Guardsman, but this Flamer model didn't get stomped and will eventually take out the multi-laser turret. The Sentinel does go down to the grenades of the Lord General and his retinue. Carthaginian Devils now coming out for Bloodrain. But Best Noob still maintaining a Sentinel, has the army advantage.
Generator coming up.
He's very low on victory points though. The Inquisitor
Victory point is
has
slipping
not
away.
taken part in any of this fighting and has just been running around capping the map.
Reporting enemy contact. Let's do
The
it.
heavy weapon squad not being particularly effective so far. Grenade launcher
So the
barrage from the
generator is
Carthagin
online.
Devils knocks back the Lord General, stops the decap. And now Best Noob needs to fall back. He needs to get some map control. He's very low on resources, very low on VPs. And the way you win this game is by taking all the VPs. If your opponent reaches 0, you win.
Turn back, Sentinel.
Hammer of the Witches coming down. Oh no, cancelled. The Inquisitor running straight into the jaws of death here. She's going to take a lot of damage for this. Tried to get in to disrupt the Flamer Guardsman, not able to do so. She got a bit singed there. Now the Flamer Guardsman coming around to deal with this power farm. Flamers do additional damage to buildings, so she'll make short work of these generators.
So that generator's taking hits.
Heavy weapon squad not doing too well here. It'll take forever and a day for it to work through a sentinel that's being repaired from that range. Single generator does go down, but now two guardsman squads, including a flamer guardsman squad against one. Sentinel moonwalking in, gonna drop the stomp, which stuns the enemy. And the Inquisitor charging forwards, ready to stab these flamer guardsmen. Best Noob tries to keep them in play, but not able to do so. Has to retreat on out of there. They might lose. No, they're not going to. They've reached speed enough to get away from the. Oh, they did. The plasma pistol of the Inquisitor kills the final one in retreat. But now a second Flamer Guardsman squad.
Under attack. We've lost the generator.
With the Sentinel leading the charge. Very difficult to push into this position. Stomp was baited by the Inquisitor. And now the flaming will begin. Lord General forced into retreat, and Blood Rain will secure his power farm.
You ain't seen what we've seen.
Carthagin Devils trying to melee guardsmen to death. They will win that fight pretty handily. And Tier 2 on the way for Blood Rain, while Best Noob started up a heavy weapon squad, then thought better of it. Probably going to look for Tier 2 himself.
Enemy Sentinel has engaged.
Sentinel under repairs from the guardsmen.
Let's do it.
Under heavy bolt of fire from the heavy weapon squad. Flamer guardsmen. Is that 3 flamers?
Requisition points in trouble.
No, just 2 flamers. And the Carthagins will be forced into retreat.
We are winning this one, sir.
Tier 2s will be coming in relatively evenly timed. Sentinel does get the decap on the wreck point while the guardsmen are capturing the victory point. Sentinels cannot capture, they can only decap. It's very good, but it means you can't just run them around all over the place capturing the entire map. Otherwise, that would be absolutely insanely broken. And the Sentinel is already considered by many absolutely insanely broken. So, Blood Rain taking up a position here. He'll be flanked by Sentinel, but this heavy weapon squad actually has these 2 units completely locked out from joining in. The Lord General, very low on health. The Inquisitor has summoned stormtroopers in from a global bar. And a unit of Best Noob's
Now we've got
guardsmen died. Here comes the creeping barrage, which will knock back and damage units in the area. And the Chimera is the choice from Best Noob. Light transport tank. Oh, and the Hell Fury strike, dropping fiery napalmy goodness on those guardsmen. And these Flamer guardsmen will go unmolested as they take out the power of Best Noob. Sentinel has his missile launcher, shooting at the guardsmen. His frag rockets will do a lot of damage. But Bestie's going to lose his whole power farm here. And he's massively outnumbered. The Lord General also went down. Did he go down in base? No, he went down out here. I just lost the indicator for him. Sentinel being shot at by the stormtroopers, and down he goes. Best Noob on the ropes here. He has the Chimera.
Go ahead, sir. Enemy unit spotted. We are under attack.
which is currently going to be pretty good, but we might see assault kit stormtroopers. We do. Assault kit stormtroopers are on the way.
Under attack! Under Chimera attack!
And once those come in, the Chimera will have to be very careful. Blood Rain advancing into point blank range. Melter bomb. And melter guns doing good work against the Chimera, but being repaired by the Guardsman squads. It will survive, thanks to the repairs of the Guardsmen. Hammer of the Witches coming down on... Oh, not Hammer of the Witches, sorry, that's the Judgment ability from the Inferno pistol. So best noob stabilizing a little bit calls the GG.
Good show, sir. Victory.
Lost too much, not enough map control, economic damage, unrepairable. Blood Rain has defeated Best Noob. So, is the losers bracket finals best of 3 or? Yes, yes it is. So game 1 goes to Blood Rain. Game 2 on the way. Alrighty. That was a pretty interesting game 1. I think Blood Rain did the right thing keeping his Inquisitor out of the fight, just capping the map. And then the call-in of stormtroopers during the engagement really helped. Alrighty. And now we know. Blood Rain IG greater than Best Noob IG. We know it. We've seen it. With our own 2 peeping holes. And sometimes you can't ignore the evidence of your own 2 peeping holes. Blood Rain returns. Best noob may select the map from a somewhat limited and weird pool this time around. Not sure what the decisions. Seraph Palace. What does Best Noob have in mind for Seraph Palace? Or Imperial Plaza? Okay, Imperial Plaza. Not Seraph Palace. Seraph Palace is not part of the map pool. Blood Rain once again will select the Imperial Guard. And Best Noob will select the Orcs. Mech Boy versus Inquisitor. I feel like Orcs do pretty well against Imperial Guard, generally speaking. So here we go, Game 2 of the lower bracket finals. Between Blood Rain's Imperial Guardsmen and Best Noob's Orcs. On Imperial Palace, a map we see never? Practically never?
I protect the Imperium.
It has these weird red hell pits that look like red red points, which is kind of weird. But yeah, this map is not in many tournament pools, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Quite a small map. No natural VPs for anyone, so a triple cap can be pretty hard to shift if you lose your engagements. But it does have this cool statue here, so that's good.
That's an Orc signal, isn't it?
Here comes the Meg Boy looking to pressure the Sentinel for some early repairs. Triple shooters, the build against IG from Meg Boy, and here we do see it from Bestie, and we see the patented Twilly double Sentinel build. We'll see how this fares against the triple shooters. The Warg is popped, the Orcs are G'd up, they're ready for a fight. Sluggers looking to get in there, nice special just as the Sluggers advance. And now pushing forward are the Sluggers onto the Inquisitor, the Shooters onto the Guardsmen and the Sentinels. The Meg Boys right in there. And Best Noob all out aggression to begin this game. The Inquisitor might go down here. She should go down. Stop, stand and fight, stand and shoot. Oh, not quite. 5 HP, the Meg Boy. Yep, you got him. Nice teleport. -1 Inquisitor, but the second Guardsman squad is now out on the field. We have Stomp for one of the Sentinels, but the main thing that they're waiting for here is the second Guardsman squad, because that way you can repair both Sentinels. So next up will be big shooters for all of the shooter boys. This squad very low, needs to reinforce, but we have Wreck to do that. This squad doesn't want to get too involved. Third Guardsman squad. If I'm not mistaken, that's a deviation from the standard double Sentinel build. Generally speaking, I feel like you don't go for the third Guardsman squad. And he cancelled it and rebought the Inquisitor. Okay. That makes more sense to me if you want to spend those resources.
Shooters have struck here. We are under attack.
Focusing down the Sentinel. We have big shooters on one of the shooter boys. We'll make quick work out of these guardsmen, and without the guardsmen support, the Sentinels lose a lot of their power. Power of the Sentinel mostly being the fact that it's free damage. Basically, it doesn't bleed. So it costs nothing to repair the Sentinel. So you want to tank with it, because damage that it takes is free to replace, where damage that the guardsmen take is not free to replace, because replacing guardsmen models costs wreck. Not very much, but a bit. Sluggers get fired out by a Sentinel and a Inquisitor. She has the crossbow bolt pistol, which gives a crippling volley, which enables her to immobilize units. That Sentinel cutting off the corner, managing to get in there and get the stomp. Mech Boy teleporting away. Crippling volley now holds all of these shooter boys in place. All three of them have big shooters, however, so this could backfire. This is a lot of DPS, but out of cover, these orcs are not very strong. They do a lot of damage, but they also take a lot of damage. The Mech Boy also has his big shooter, the Daka in play. Playing around this spire nicely is Bloodrain. Trying to get the repairs off, he manages to get the squad in. And the Mech Boy forced into retreat. That was very close. Nice pathing around this spire. Breaking the line of sight of the Mech Boy, not letting him get the shots off. 4 shooter boys. Okay. Why not? When in Rome, do what the Romans do. And what the Romans did was they got 4 shooter boys. Best you thought better of it. Cancel the 4th shooter boy. That would be too many. Do we have any knobs? No knobs. No shooter knobs just yet.
We have the target in hand, sir.
Mech Boy using his teleport to get in against this Sentinel. Spotted him. Out by himself. Decapping a wreck point. An opportunity perhaps. But the Sentinel will just chicken foot his way out of it. He'll take a lot of damage for the privilege. No, does he have a teleport? Does the mech have a teleport? More Dak. Oh, good play by Besney. Using the more Dacker ability of the Mech Boy, increasing his range damage. And this Inquisitor might also be in a world of trouble. The damage of triple big shooter boys is not to be sniffed at. And the Inquisitor's going to go down again as well. Look at the damage. It's over 9,000. There's the Wag popped. Even more damage. Look at it absolutely rinse these guardsmen squads. And now back to the power bash. Tier 2 on the way for Best Noob. Tier 2, a distant dream for Bloodrain. The Inquisitor has been repurchased again. There's the crippling volley, immobilizing everything. They do the little orc dance. There we go. Aim in what's that to suppress the Inquisitor, and then they'll turn around and begin the barrage. The important thing to remember about orc firepower, the only thing they really care about is the volume of fire and the volume of the gun. You know, more bullets, more noise. That's all that really matters to an orc. God, the Inquisitor almost died for a 3rd time in Tier 1.
Generator coming up.
So big shooters are very much up the orc street. There's more Dacker on the orc shooter boys. And Bloodrain taps out. Just too much Dacker. Needed some catechins. Needed something to disrupt that blob. The crippling volley did not do a good enough job. And now we go to game 3, the decider. Ashes of Typhon, cries Bloodrain. Who are we missing? We're missing... We've got Svenoms, got Casted, got Well Played. Got Skid. Are we missing Love? Is that who we're missing? I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't paying enough attention. Orcs, 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 orcs. Yeah, there's Love. That's not Eldar Blood Rain, that's a Chaos Sorcerer. That's Eldar. There we go. Here we are. Ashes of Typhon will be the battleground for Game 3 of the lower bracket final.
Do not fear to speak
Between
your
Blood
mind.
Rain's Farseer
The time.
and Best Noob's Mech Boy. Blood Rain going back to his roots with the filthy space elves. Had enough of Imperial Guard after being dismantled by Best Noob in short order in that last game. Definitely comfort pick for Blood Rain here with the Eldar and the Farseer in particular.
Adding support structure.
This can be a tricky map for Orcs to deal with Eldar on, because Eldar in Tier 2 start doing gate bullshit all over the place. There's lots of places you can hide gates that are difficult to spot, and mobility on this map can be very important due to the sort of lane nature of it, where there's really only 3 approaches. If you can get a gate down in a corner somewhere and attack from an unsuspected angle, you can get a lot of good work done. Obviously, the main problem with Ashes of Typhon, your natural power is extremely vulnerable. Blood Rain going for double generators for a 3rd unit, where Best Noob opting for no generators and is just pushing with shooter boys across the map into the Eldar territory. First Guardian weapon platform on the way up. The Banshees start taking some damage from the Mech Boy. The Mech Boy pretty good against Banshees. You can keep his distance from him and he does very good range damage. Teleporting heroes on Ashes of Typhon can make use of these impassable terrains to get some distance. Now when Banshees retreat after the decap, don't want to lose any more models. Losing 1 is okay. Losing 2, too much. Lost the generator here, the sluggers getting in, but the Guardian weapon team is available. Gonna get tied up by the teleporting Mech Boy. And this will be a full power bash, and probably the node as well for the Orcs here. Best Noob done a good job. Mech Boy will have a teleport up shortly to get out of there, and chooses just to retreat. Not able to get the decap, but 2 nodes, sorry, a node and 2 generators is a significant requisition income. But the double shooters are up now. Storm Boys are present on the field, so that's a jump squad for the Orcs. Not very scary in Tier 1. In Tier 2, with their knob, they become extremely scary. Well supported by the mech if he goes for the battery pack, which will enable him to heal them. These shooter boys don't have what they need to do to deal with Guardian weapon teams, so time to get on out of there. It's 2 big shooters, no knobs yet. But there's too much Eldar stuff, too much suppression. These orcs just taking a ton of damage.
Adding
And
warp
here's the
generator.
Farseer getting in there.
The fates demand caution.
Stormboys, sluggers looking for flanks.
We have
But
it, Farseer.
Blood Rain's formation is sound. There's the Banshees guarding the front one. The back one is guarding the front one also. Guardians are nearby. Banshees obviously can rotate very quickly, whichever shuriken weapon team is threatened.
Strategic location spotted. As ever, we serve the craft world.
Cagey game so far. Difficult to engage into this slight mispositioning here actually by Blood Rain. This squad is not actually covering this squad. So if the Stormboys jump over here, which it looks like they're about to do, they will not be covered by this secondary weapons team. The Banshees are getting baited in by the Mech Boy TP.
Our howling banshees have howled their last.
And that was a good engagement by Besney, managing to break that contain very easily, with very few losses. They took 3 Banshee models. They're going to get a lot of Guardians as well. This Guardian squad might wipe. Yep, it's dead. Really nice engagement by Besney. And the Farseer does not want to fight this. Double shooter knobs up now. The damage of these squads is through the roof. There's more Daka. Buffing the range damage of these squads. And now the suppression will come in. Oh, there we go. But they still got the one generator. This wreck point going to be attended to by Slugger Boys and a third weapon team. My word. Blood Rain's mobility is extremely questionable, but his firepower is not.
Overhaste is dangerous.
Interestingly, we went for a third Guardian weapon
Orcs
team.
are vandalizing one of our structures.
Orcs are definitely vandalizing one of your structures. Oh, the special. This is going to be expensive. Mass just managed to get that away. Holy shit, they didn't lose anything. That is
Adding warp generator.
extraordinarily lucky.
Shuriken cannon team ready.
That Shuriken Cannon team, if it had set up, probably could have gibbed a couple of the Stormboys, but going instead for power pressure. Tier 2 on the way for Best Noob.
Shuriken cannon position under attack.
The Mech Boy teleports in, ties up the Guardian weapon team,
Generator operation.
allowing the Shooter Boys to get into position. Squat, aiming what's that, suppresses the Banshees as they approach, but they do manage to get in there. Suppressing the Shooter Boys, a nice special there. They're going to be able to slice and dice some orcs pretty effectively here. They only got one so far before the retreat.
The enemy is claiming a victory.
2 orcs go down, the Banshees don't lose nothing. Mech Boy doing God's work, teleporting around the map, tying up Shuriken weapon teams. Stormboys coming back out onto the field. Meanwhile, these sluggers staying out of harm's way, just capping up what they need to. Tier 2 started for Blood Rain. Now an infiltrated Shuriken cannon.
One of our generators is
It
under
has been
attack.
detected because it opened fire. With the webway gate here, provides an infiltration aura around it, allowing Blood Rain to try for some ambush tactics if he wishes to outside his base. Not as scary a position as the second one, but the first gate usually goes outside the base, so that you can put units in base into it and teleport them around the battlefield where you need them.
Time for speed has passed.
Farseer and the Mech Boy playing a game of fisticuffs. The Mech Boy being annoying, but does get specialed off the cap.
We are losing a requisition point. to the
Stormboys have their knob. This is where they get really scary. He's a big orc with a big hammer, and he stuns people when he dives in on them. Here he comes again. No energy to jump, however. But this Shuriken team is flanked by double big shooters.
The Bone Singers have their own new gifts of war.
Armor of Fortune for the Farseer. Where's the truck? Here's the truck. The truck is coming with tank busters following up to give us the patented truck busters. A very powerful combination of units. Welcome, Dark Riku. I apologize for the Eldaring that you got. Cry 2-0 at best, noob. And this is game 3 of the losers finals, Blood Rain versus Best Noob. The score, oh fuck me. The score is currently 1-1. Yeah, Cry ate his Wheaties this morning. These orcs trying to stay. Yeah, the brackets haven't been updated. There's the Bomber Boys knocking back and disrupting the Guardian Weapon team in front of all of this shooting. There's Fortune trying to prevent the wipes. And a third Shuriken team set up behind. What's going on down here? The Mech Boy Sluggers are here. Sluggers have their Knob and Burners. Tier 2 Sluggers among the scariest units in the game. Slugger Knob activates Swamp 'em, getting the Sluggers into combat with the Banshees. Blood Rain up against the ropes here. How can he break this contain? He's going for Eldar bullshittery. Warp spiders are on the way. No secondary gate up on the map, so for now, the Eldar must rely on pedestrian means of transport, aka walking.
The plan has changed.
We have 300 points remaining.
Triple cap here for Best Noob.
The fates do
The
not
busters are inside the truck, as is tradition.
Location spotted.
But there's nothing for the busters to bust at the moment. Anticipating the Falcon perhaps, but no Falcon is on the way. Oh, can you get him with the Bomber Boys? Yep, he can. That was a great Bomber Boys. Suiciding a Storm Boy to wipe the Guardian Weapon Squad. Absolutely 110% worth, as he really just reinforces it from the truck. Very nice play by Best Noob there.
Our kin watch from aloft.
Aspect of Strength Banshees with their Exarch. And Warp Spiders here. But here come the Slugger Boys. Warp Spiders wisely deciding to get the fuck out of Dodge.
A close quarters battle.
Still no secondary gate up. Blood Rain has managed to get back out and claim his side of the map. He did manage to take the neutral victory point. Here come the Storm Boys in on the Guardian Weapon Squad. The Bright Lance is at the back here, but the truck nowhere nearby. Here come Aspect of Strength Banshees, trying to get onto the truck. Best Noob paying attention though, neatly reverses. And with the Storm Boys and the Slugger Boys here, this is not a melee fight the Eldar can win. Again, Blood Rain's about to lose his entire power farm.
We have lost a generator to enemy fire.
Back in your base you go. GG, says Blood Rain.
This is
2-1 ends the lower bracket finals, and Best Noob will go on to face Cry in the grand finals. Best Noob Orcs, ladies and gentlemen. Don't take them lightly. Where's Guru Skippy? We need the nerf Orcs spam. Alrighty, so grand finals time. Now I believe citation needed. that Trojan changed the rules on the grand finals to give the winner of the upper bracket a 1-game advantage. So it's his best of 5, but if Crywit goes 2-0, he will win due to his 1-game advantage. I believe. Citation needed. Hopefully the lobby will be posted soon. Any lobbies? Lobbyers? Lobbyers in the chat? I guess not. Let us go and see what is going on. Excuse me, gentlemen. Ah! I knew it. The plaintive cry of "Excuse me, gentlemen," always brings the lobby to the foreground. Wife, what do you want? Stop pinging me on Facebook. Alright. Thought it was your oh yeah, sorry. Sorry, Riku. It was my wife sending me a message. She is attending a hen party in California. Ah, they didn't play Outer Reaches on stream. Now, Outer Reaches is a fun map. Outer Reaches is the map where we had the amazing IG versus IG from Best Noob and Piano, which was one of the best games I think I've ever had the pleasure of witnessing. Just so much fun. Cry will be playing a Tech Marine this time around. Let's see what Best Noob decides. Against the Space Marines, Orcs are always a good choice. I mean, I think Orcs have good matchups against all races, to be honest. I don't know what heroes Best Noob even picked, to be honest. I assume he picked just Orcs and IG. He's thinking about it. Taking his sweet time. Oh, Crisis has switched up. He's gonna go for an apothecary. Not a tech marine. Best noob still thinking. Now he switched back to a tech marine. Okay. Oh, I'm waiting with bated breath. This is so exciting. What will best noob pick? What will he do? I don't want to play Orcs versus Tech Marine. I really don't want to play Orc versus Tech Marine. He's going to go Eldar. It's going to be a Warlock against a Force Commander. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Force Commander against Eldar. I just don't feel like he can really do anything. But we shall see. Cry is obviously significantly better at this game than I am. So if he thinks it's good, it's probably got some benefit to it. But here we are. Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Coming from the winner's bracket, it is Crisis, playing as the Space Marine Force Commander in the blue. Versus his opponent, most people would have probably said the favourite for the tournament.
What do you require?
Fighting his way up through the loser's bracket, there we go, is the Warlock of Best Noob. Now obviously Best Noob can play Eldar, and he can play pretty much everything. Not best known for his Warlock, I don't believe, unless it's something that predates my involvement in the community. Crisis going for his triple scout build, which he used against Svenoms.
The point is ours. Shall
Interesting.
I remain on guard?
Interesting. Against Eldar, I'd be worried about that.
The victory objective lies ahead.
Just because of the amount of damage that Eldar can pump out. But it will be nice on Outer Reaches. Outer Reach is quite a large map. Not many resource points.
Death has struck
We have a
among our
prediction,
warriors.
ladies and gentlemen. Antandron has predicted a quick Tier 2 Falcon, which would do very well against the Triple Scouts.
Structure complete.
Battle Cry activated by the Force Commander, but this is sort of what I was thinking was going to happen, which is that he walks in, takes 75% of his health, doesn't really accomplish anything, and has to retreat on out. Warlock leaping into combat with the Scouts, going for the Channeling Runes first up,
I have paused the arms and adding warp
and
generator.
decides against it. No Channeling Runes today.
It seems they think me a heretic.
Trying to bash down this node of the Eldar now.
So they resist us.
But, annoying Scouts sneaking in.
The foe seeks to generate
Losing the ranged battle with the Warlock Scouts, you don't want to stay there and just get zapped by him continuously. Warlock's range damage is not negligible. Guardians, weakened, are going back to deal with a Scout squad. It's not a fight that you really want to take heads up. And it is the Assault Marine straight away from Crisis.
Our guardians have given their lives.
And
for our
Antandron
cause.
is already wrong because there's ranges. So, Sag. What do I even pay you for, Antandron?
The Space Marines press their fire.
Here come the Banshees, completely bypassing the Force Commander, deciding he's not worth their time, which is correct. Trying to regroup, trying to cut off these Scouts. You see, that's my trick, Antandron. I don't know fucking anything, so I don't make predictions. I just say what's going on.
There is no glory in pointless defeat. They
Better camouflage makes a deadlier ambush.
Our reinforcements are here.
We are in the
Rangers
fray!
purchasing their Pathfinder gear, giving them a fleet of foot and kinetic pulse and the hologram protectors. But here comes the assault squad. As we saw in Riku's game earlier, Banshees will mince an assault squad
Normal pace, Eldar.
if they get a special.
The Warlock's blade. The time for mercy is long.
And it is the Merciless Witchblade. That only works, Santandron, when you actually predict correctly. If you're right, when you make a prediction and you are correct, you look like a smartass. But that happens 1 in 10 times. Assault Marines wisely deciding to get the hell out of Dodge. There's nothing there except death and pain. Crisis Scout Micro looking pretty good. He's managed to decap.
Generator operational.
I hadn't managed to decap this one actually. That's unfortunate for him.
Taking cover in the wreckage.
So far so good for the best noob, sitting with a decent economic lead, and he's got a decent victory point lead as well. So 1 fully upgraded scout squad, 2 fully upgraded scout squads. Guardians in the straight ranged fight will do well against scouts. Unfortunately, the assault marines are not interested in the straight range fight, and this Guardian squad will likely wipe here. Going for the retreat grenade, it's way off target.
Ready the Warlocks, adding support structure.
So we're going for the Jedi build. The Merciless Witchblade with the Champion's Robe, making the Warlock a very powerful melee combatant. As he leaps in and slays a scout with his Witchblade.
My sacrifices. Support structure complete.
These scouts have shotguns. This is not good for the Warlock. He wants to get out of this. Now here comes the Champion's Robe, giving him an energy shield. Fighting now the Force Commander as the battle cry pops. So here comes some special attacks. The Assault Marines have been forced off. Shotgun Blast saves the Assault Marines and saves the Force Commander, but the Space Marines are forced out of the fight. Aspect of Fleetness Banshees, interesting. Lots of obstacles on this map to jump over, so I kind of get it. You don't often see Aspect of Fleetness, it's usually strength. I'd say the most times you see Aspect of Fleetness is actually against Tyranids. But it's a perfectly good upgrade. I guess against Scouts actually it's pretty nice as well. Giving them 15% more health and fleet of foot and war shout. And then in tier 2 their Exarch will get mirror swords, which is a massive amount of damage. Oh, the shotgun blast straight away, but the Warlock actually manages to get in and dodge it. Secondary shotgun blast for the Emperor popped on the scout squad. Assault Marines taking casualties, but Crisis manages to win that engagement. The Guardians taking a position in the northern victory point.
Targeted one of our structures.
Gonna unleash a fusillade of shuriken. Oh, that's a dodgy retreat path. This might be problematic. Now Crisis is not even gonna try it. Thought a retreat grenade was gonna come in there, but didn't give it a go. Now second Guardian squad does a lot of damage to those scouts. I don't think from that angle they were in cover. Rangers have no business being there. Oh, the Warlock, he's intercepted the Assault Marines trying to reinforce. He's going to win this fight handily.
Adding support structure.
Tier 2 on the way for Best Noob, almost 75% complete, and Crisis just started his.
It seems they think me a heretic.
Warlock versus the Force Commander. The Warlock should win this one
Tell me quickly what you wish.
Artificer armor for the Force Commander makes him very tanky,
Support structure complete.
but his DPS is not good.
Prepare to meet your adding warp generator. The Eldar host now wields greater
Yeah, look at this, he's not doing any damage through the Champion's rope.
Send for the warlock to lead our guardians.
But there's the special, and now with support from the scouts, this fight looks a little dicier. But still, times a retreat for the old Force Commander.
Space Marines are targeted. What are
Assault Marines miss the jump. Warlock chasing to the depths of hell. For the Emperor up on the Assault Marines, trying to force away the Warlock. But the Banshees are in to support. They have their Exarch, who has the Mirror Swords, which is 2 swords. Which is a shit ton of power melee DPS. Against heavy infantry, it will absolutely rinse him. Less damage against buildings and vehicles is the Executioner Spear when they have the aspect of strength.
So they resist us.
It is destroyed.
Level 2 Guardians, almost level 2 Banshees.
They shoot us.
Ever alert.
We are losing a power node to the enemy.
We must.
No levels really at all for Crisis' units. Here come the Assault Marines jumping in onto Guardians. They're gonna get... There's the battle cry, trying to force off the Banshees, defending his Assault Marines from their attacks.
All guns, open fire!
There's a decent effort retreat grenade. Didn't do too much of anything though. Level 2 Rangers after sniping a Scourge or 2. Here comes some more Guardians. It's going to be a Dreadnought from Crisis, but the Wraith Lord from Best Noob already on the way, and that will defeat the Dreadnought in mano-a-mano combat, particularly if it buys a Bright Lance. Wouldn't be surprised to see Best Noob hold off on buying an upgrade for this thing until he sees what Crisis' first tier 2 purchases. He can get a shoulder-mounted shuriken cannon to help deal with the scouts, but the Bright Lance will be the correct choice against the
One of
Dreadnought.
our structures is under attack.
And this position becomes untenable now.
Structure to the enemy.
No Melter Bomb available for the Assault Squad. No, and Power Fist or Thunder Hammer for the Force Commander.
Our warlock has attained level 2.
Dreadnought
Adding support
not
structure.
going for an upgrade straight out of the gate.
What must be?
Now, Best Noob has seen the Dreadnought. Does he immediately queue the Bright Lance? Can he
We are
afford
losing
it?
a power node to the enemy.
I think so.
They will regret this day.
He has not queued the Bright Lance. There it is, there it is.
Structure
Yeah.
complete.
So they
He was
resist
thinking
us.
about it, thinking what his other options would be. Decided the Bright Lance on the shoulder of the Wraith Lord was the best one, and I would agree with that assessment.
As you would have it.
No need for haste.
The sound of the Bright Lance is so...
I feel a storm of attack. What must be?
Guardian weapon team going for a Bright Lance, no doubt. And Melter Bombs are available for the Assault Squad. They can jump in, Melter Bomb the Wraith Lord and try and hold him close. There is now a Power Fist available on the Force Commander as well. So the Wraith Lord can't just go in willy-nilly. He has to be careful. Is this going to be a Bright Lance? Most likely.
The enemy has destroyed one of our structures.
Honor's pretty much even so far. I'd say slight advantage to Best Noob, but
We will stand against any enemy.
What is my purpose?
Normal pace, Eldar. Ever alert.
Rangers need to get the hell out of dodge, and here comes the engagement. Let's see how they want to engage this. Here goes the Warlock diving in, trying to stun up the Force Commander. The Dreadnought is at the back. Here he comes. The Dreadnought and the Wraith Lord engage in honorable melee combat. Flesh over steel has been popped on the Wraith Lord, so he's immobilized. The rest of the battle has gone ill for the Space Marines, however. If they can maybe get the Wraith Lord, it might be a salvageable engagement, but without this snare from the Assault Marines, he could just run away, and now there's enough stuff here to deal with this Dreadnought. The Bright Lance is on station. Dreadnought getting in there. He's going to try and wipe it. But Bestny manages to retreat it in time. And now this Wraith Lord is in trouble. Cry realizes he can't escape. Just turns to fight. Sell his life as dearly as possible. Maybe with a melter bomb. Maybe the next Bright Lance strike. Yep, there's the melter bomb. Oh, 13 health. Oh no, it couldn't get out of range. Unfortunate, he sacrificed so many of his Assault Marines, sacrificed the Scout Squad and the Force Commander to try and get that out. Dreadnought goes down, and with it, Best Noob takes a decisive lead in this game. Fighting up this choke point into the concave of Eldar was questionable by Cry. He had got himself into a tough situation with his positioning here. Best Noob on the way to tier 3. And what can Crisis do here? He's getting another Dreadnought. He's going to try and break out. There's a level 3 Warlock, level 2 Guardians, level 2 Banshees. And the Dreadnought comes out already counted. Wraith, the Warlock gets on out of that. Retreat grenade, off target.
The enemy has 300 points remaining.
Guardians setting up energy shields. They will be crushed by the leaping Assault Marines, if they actually leapt onto it. But with the fleetless Banshees here, these Assault Marines, Goose is not quite cooked. There's enough support there. And the Dreadnought comes in. But the Wraith Lord, uncontested as things stand. With his wrist-mounted flamers, the Dreadnought chases off the Guardians. But they are faster than him, so... There's not enough energy for a jump and a melter bomb. Dreadnought looking for a flank. Here comes the melter bomb, but the Dreadnought is still too far away to really make use of this slow. Flesh over steel could come in here from the Force Commander, and there it is, immobilizing the Wraith Lord for a good fisting. And here he goes, delivering the fisting. But unfortunately not quite able to synergize with the Dreadnought's arrival. And so the Wraith Lord will get on out of there. There's no further oh, it goes for a multi-melter to give chase to the Wraith Lord. Wraith Lord might not get out of here now. And in fact, Best News realized it, turns around, sells the Wraith Lord as dearly as possible. While the Bright Lance works on the Dreadnought. Desperately trying to tie up the Bright Lance as the Force Commander. He manages it, but he will go down here. Sacrificed himself to protect his Dreadnought. Howling Banshees going after the Dreadnought. If this was Strength Banshees, it was definitely be dead. As it is, Fleetless Banshees. Oh, and that's an Eldritch Storm. The nuke from Best Noob takes out the Dreadnought. Almost kills his own Banshees. And a Fire Prism on the way now. Scout Squad goes down to the Guardians on the side. And Crisis calls the GG. 1-1. A very nice game there from Best Noob. It was even all the way to the end. Should have dropped a nuke into that hurricane, would have fixed it. You're right. You're right. We've seen that in films. Perancho. Let's just do that for now. Because Perancho de Valuador cannot be a reasonable human being, we will do this. Shame on Perancho de Valuador. Shame on you. Oh, actually, there's an opportunity here for dog cam as well. Dog cam. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. There's dog cam. Hello. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There we go. Perfect. Alrighty, the game is up. I'm taking Cry's spot because I'm an idiot, so let's move. Dog cam. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Oh yes, he's a bundle of energy. He was very energetic this morning at approximately 6:30 in the morning. Demanding to play with the squeaky toy. That's very normal for him. Basically, because I work 9 till 9, he has programmed himself to wake up at 6:30, 7 o'clock, play for an hour, then I get ready for work and leave him on his own for 12 hours. Yeah. He's only a puppy still as well. He's only like 3 years old. So he has a lot of energy. Not right now, obviously. But we've played most of the morning. And then went for a long walk. No, it's not great. It's not great. But he likes this position here because it means he can just sit up and poke me with his nose. No, I don't think 3 still counts as a puppy, to be honest. I think 3 counts as like an adolescent dog. I'm forever surprised this game is still a thing. It's only really a thing because of the Russians. And one angry German person. Oh, are they over in Berlin with you, or? Ah. Yes, they mentioned, I spoke to Tom, oh, must have been just after your visit, actually. which was nice. We had a good long chat, which we hadn't had in a very long time. And he'd mentioned that you were over. Trying to sort out what's going on with slots. Perfect. I always worry in these kind of situations because the Russians have a tendency towards violence. But I'm pleased they decided not to kick me. Well, yeah. But it's not these Russians that are the topical point. These are nice Russians. These Russians are just sitting there playing video games. Alrighty. Now we need Best Noob to pick his damn race. Explain yourself, sir. It will be the Orc Mech Boy for the Best Noob versus Crisis, playing as a Tech Marine. Which sucks. I don't want to play against Tech Marine as Orcs. I really don't want to play against Tech Marine as Orcs. Well, you have a place to stay should you decide to head out this way. That's guaranteed. And, get this, I'll even pick you up from the airport. Wow. Woof. Anyway. In Game 2 of this grand final between Best Noob and Crisis, we have an Orc Mech Boy, controlled by Best Noob, versus the Space Marine Tech Marine. Space Marine Tech Marine. Say that 20 times after you've had a couple of pints. Controlled by Crisis. The map is Leviathan Hive, and the band was Shawadi. No. Double shooters for Best Noob, very standard stuff. Attacks into scouts for Crisis, standard as they come. Nothing weird going on just yet. No triple scout build from Cry, no triple slugger build from Best Noob. Or generally you only see that with the war boss.
Adding to our post, boss.
Mech has teleported up, which means he won't have it for retreat. Mech versus Tech Marine. Mech taking cover behind the Brazier. Gets a bit of a good early trade, and now the clubbing begins as these two ranged heroes decide to... no, they do not have to choose different armies each game. They choose their armies based on the map, mostly. And also the matchup. So the Tech Marine does very well against Orcs, because he has a massive amount of ranged firepower that can pick off the Orc boys very quickly and easily, which can easily give you an economic advantage. So when Best Noob picked Orcs, it was a very simple choice for Crisis to pick Tech Marine because, you know, he's been playing a lot of Space Marines recently and there's a good matchup there. And Best Noob chose Orcs because they're good on this map, and generally speaking they don't have unplayable matchups. They have some negative matchups, but most of them, you know, you can actually do stuff in. There are a few heroes and races that have just terrifically poor matchups. Orcs don't have many horrendous matchups. Also on this map, the mech boy is very good because he can teleport around and there's lots of impassable terrain.
This better be worth me while.
Yeah, orcs are very reliable in 1v1. Storm boys up and running. Jump infantry for the orcs. And big shooters on the way. Got me shooter. Life is good. No war gear for the mech. So far we haven't seen Best Noob today go for the battery pack to support his Storm boys. We've seen him with the electric armor once, we've seen him with the big shooter once. Christ has purchased Bionics for powerful sweep, which is a good melee counter ability. And it's double shotguns for 2 fully upgraded scout squads. As the Warg popped, Stormboy's getting in there, ready for the powerful sweep. Here's the Tech Marine, and there it is. Knocking back the Stormboys, protecting his tactical Marines. And now, with the shotgun scouts coming in, it's time to get on out of here. Trying desperately to repair this generator is Crisis, but it will go down. No Slugger Boys lost, no Storm Boys lost. Pure profit here for Best Noob. Starting to lose some shooter boys now to the range fire. They do get the node and they do get out of there. 2 shooter boys, definitely worth the node. Mech boy in the meantime, there's the battery pack. He's going to be able to heal his storm boys nicely. And more big shooters. This one for the mech. Alien beans. But flame attacks are on the field. Here come the Storm Boys and the Slugger Boys. Let's see if Best Noob can deal with this effectively. 2 generators go down. Grenade. Oh, the Storm Boys, they take a massive grenade to the chops. There's the battery pack healing them up, trying to keep them in the fight. Powerful sweep knocks them away. Meanwhile, the Slugger Boys getting in there. They special attack Marine, knocking him down. But they're real low. There's the Warg popped, buffing all of the orcs. And they force off the Space Marines, but they don't take any models. So they lost 2 Storm Boys, they lost 2 generators, and they're not able to really get anything in return, other than a lot of damage. The Mech Boy in trouble here, backed into a corner by shotgun scouts. The shooter boys trying to break him out of there, and they do manage to do so. Storm boys working on the node, chopping it to bits. It's going to take them a little while, and these scouts will get into position to help out. Very low on resources, this Best Noob. More Dakar up on the shooter boys, increasing their range damage as they take out this generator. But here come the flame attacks and the master crafted bolter into the Tech Marine. So he'll now 2-shot the orcs. So if he, in 2 volleys, he'll kill a shooter boy. And with Best Noob as low as he is on resources, this bleed is going to really hurt his tech timing. Storm boys are really expensive, 35 and 3 each. Whereas Cry making the push towards tier 2, saving resources for it. He has a big economic lead, less power though, because he's been consistently bashed. But Here he is, trying to get some bashing done of his own. Loses a tactical marine. That's sloppy. He's going to lose 2 tactical marines. Stormboys are absolute pants at chasing. Dropping a drop pod here to prevent the Stormboys chasing too far. And tactical marines deployed out of it. But they're in a world of problems here. They don't want to deal with these Stormboys. The sniper shot from the mastercrafted bolter. Oh my god, look at that damage. Tech marine in less than 2 seconds takes out 3 Stormboys. 1 with a sniper shot and then 2 more with just regular shots. But that drop pod cost Crisis the bank he was saving to go up to tier 2. So best noob, if he can hold his power here, which he seems able to do. Mech Boy teleporting forwards, trying to get into retreat path. Not able to. And the tactical marines are going to decap the power node completely. The powerful sweep knocking over the entire Orc army. The sniper shot takes out the big shooter model. Triple cap as well, and victory points are a problem here for Best News. Ticking down at a hell of a rate. Stormboy's getting in there against the Tech Marine, moving forward for the powerful sweep. There it is. Knocks the entire Orc army flying. And gets out of there scot-free. Actually forced a retreat in the Stormboys as well. Scouts and Tacs coming forward, trying to pressure the victory point. They'll get it back. Mech Boy with a duck jacket. Yep. Tech Marine is super strong against Orcs. Super strong. This Bionics purchase was really, really clever by Cry as well. Completely undoes what Best Noob's army wants to do. It's a level 2 Tech Marine. He's killed a lot of Orcs. Level 2 Tacs, level 2 Scouts, that's rough. Tier 2 on the way for both players. But the victory points are a massive problem for Best Noob. He's already lost half his allotment of them. Puts him under a great deal of time pressure. Mech Boy taking cover behind the ruins, just trying to keep the Space Marines off his power. Tier 2 coming in. I don't know if he's queued anything up, but Best Noob very low on resources. He might have queued knobs already. No, he queued a truck. Okay, he had a truck queued. Yeah, okay. He had a truck queued and a slugger knob and a Stormboy knob queued, so that's where all his resources went. Stormboys trying to get the flank, get shotgun blasted. They are jumping in. This is before their knob hits. Their knob has just come in. This is a massive power spike for this squad. And they are making short work of these tactical marines. These shooters retreating away from the Tech Marine. Sluggers giving chase here. So there's tactical marines not able to catch that one. Are they going to be able to get one more? God, that's lucky. 50 points, 50 HP on 2 models is very lucky. Slugger knob coming in. It's about to hit. If they can make it into metal, that was good timing for the knob, because otherwise the squad would have wiped. Swamp him is popped. Another foot grenade, not going to be good enough. Reinforcing now off the truck of the sluggers. And the tier 2 power spike for the Orcs came in force, absolutely destroying Crisis in that engagement. Really nice timing there for Best Noob. Cry lost a scout squad. He's going to have to spend a lot of money reinforcing these tactical marines. Now there's a truck out on the field. And suddenly the sluggers, level 2, Stormboys level 2, shooters level 2, Mech Boy level 2, the levels really going to help out these Orcs. Where are the Storm Boys? Oh, here comes the melee blob. These lads are in trouble if they get jumped.
Working on that gear up, boss.
Now, Dreadnought. Crisis. Now with the Slugger knob and the Stormboy knob, the Dreadnought is not untouchable. You don't really want to fight. Oh, Tech Marine, run, boy! You're not safe there. Too much dagger. But Crisis has time. The worst thing Crisis can do here is lose control of his units and just let the mech boy pick him off one by one. He's got time. The victory points are coming in. And Stern Guard veterans brought in by Crisis. First company tactical marines with a bullet for every occasion. They are unfortunately being completely surrounded by orcs. You want to run away from the sluggers. Where are the Storm Boys? Storm Boys are fire, okay. So now they have their vengeance rounds loaded, going for the truck, but there's a world of hurt coming their way. Retreating before the sluggers can make contact, very wise. And seeing the Dreadnought, best noob queues up the tank busters. Dreadnought not able to make contact with any of the orc units. Storm Boys realizing they're about to be cut off by something they can't fight. Jump away. No, they were in a sticky wicket and no mistake. Stern Guard are good, but they're not flanked by sluggers killing a truck with two shooter boys shooting at them good. Alright, here comes the Dreadnought. The truck has busters within, giving us the exalted combo that is truck busters. Busters in a truck. Here we go. They're depositing the truck busters behind the wall. There you go. There we go. That was weird. They got stuck there. The truck had to come and drive over the wall to get them out. That is not passable terrain, by the way. You shouldn't be able to get in there. That's a perfect game made by perfect people. Luckily, that is destructible terrain, so the truck could just ram it and get them out. Tier 3 on the way for best noob. Crisis really low on resources. Getting elite training for his scouts, allowing them to infiltrate. He has a missile launcher on his tax now. So the truck in danger. Truck is dead. Bomber boys from the Slugger Storm Boys getting in there, disrupting the line of marines. But here comes the Dreadnought, chasing off the tank busters. He gets a good hit. Still chasing. But the rest of the marines have been forced off. Second buster gets busted by the Dreadnought, and best noob cancels tier 3 to repurchase the truck. Scouts, under the cover of infiltration, moving in against the busters. Oh, infiltration run out. The busters not going to die to this. Looking for a retreat grenade. And here comes some Gretchen. The Gretchen are coming in. And they will do absolutely jack all against a Dreadnought. Gretchen, powerful in large numbers, but not against Dreadnoughts. Oh, let's take this mech might go down here. Not quite. 15 HP. Where's the truck? Oh, there's the truck. The truck has reclaimed its busters. Meanwhile, a bit of base locking going on. Crisis struggling to get out of his base against the leveled sluggers, leveled storm boys, and the two shooter boys. Going for a plasma dev squad. No requisition, no resources to reinforce his squads. Time ticking against Crisis here. His victory points are dwindling slowly. Stern Guard on no HP and only 2 models coming out. Missile launch attacks, half HP with 3 models. Single Tech Marine on 25% HP. This is the army of Crisis at this point. No resources. There's the assault cannon barrage from the Dreadnought, absolutely gibbing the shooter boys. They weren't expecting that. Here comes the Buster barrage. Shooter boys. Oh, gonna survive. No, both shooter boy squads are wiped. Huge engagement there from Crisis. The assault cannon barrage into plasma dev hit. Here comes another drop pod. Is this tax? Yep. No, it's just a reinforcement drop pod. Makes sense. Given that he couldn't afford to reinforce, dropping them out of orbit works very well. Here comes the truck, however. The busters are within. The Grots have their medical equipment. So they're going to run around and heal the orcs. But that does stun the orc squad. That was a really nice attack by Cry. Got rid of both the shooter boys, so the DPS now of this orc army massively reduced. Yeah, the assault cannon. The assault cannon barrage knocking them down into the plasma dev shot was very nice. Here's a Death Dread. He has his burners and bits. Gives him more health and gives him, strangely enough, burners. And the scouts are about to find out about burners, as they get a little bit burned. Vengeance rounds loaded for the Stern Guard, ready to fire at the armor. Truck busters taking on. Oh, good hit from the plasma devs. Excellent shot, gentlemen. To hit a truck in maneuvers. Now, here comes the big flank. The turret is up and running, so that will help greatly. The assault cannon, Dreadnought going in, going for the truck. He's got to try and tie up these busters. They got more DACA. Sluggers going for the plasma devs. Plasma devs retreating out. The busters survive. The busters are accosted. Oh, they absolutely destroyed their own Gretchen. But Gretchen did not survive the truck buster barrage in typical orcish fashion. Punch, punch, punch! And the busters are down. But can the Dreadnought escape from this? He's being repaired by the Tech Marine. He's being repaired by the Scouts. Rampage is up for the Death Dread. Here comes the Storm Boys, though, looking to end this repair shenanigans. And so the Death Dread should win this fight. Grenade misses. Dreadnought goes down. Absolute carnage here on the battlefield of Leviathan Hive. The rocket launcher and the Stern Guard back in play. Bomber Boys to try and buy some space to retreat. The Mech Boys gone down. Everything is so low for Best Noob. Everything's so low for Crisis as well. The Death Dread needs to retreat, needs to find some repairs. It's a shame the Gretchen are dead, because the Gretchen needed to repair this Death Dread. Mech Boy repurchased. He has to repair this Death Dread. He's going for the victory point instead. No, he's thought better of it. He's healing up the he's gonna heal up the Death Dread. Plasma cannon knocks him down, does significant damage. Storm Boys reinforcing a base. Slugger Boys here. Repairs going on to the Death Dread. It's not able to participate in the battle just yet. It will die to Cracker Bolts and Vengeance rounds in the missile launcher. Let alone if it gets hit by a plasma cannon. Mech Boy retreating out. Scouts being repurchased by Crisis, realizing that map control is going to be the way that he wins this game.
That's genius!
Here's the Rampage, speeding up the Death Dread. Look at it go. But there's no one there, best. He assumed that Crisis was holding this position and thought he could rampage in. But that was bad intelligence. Very bad intelligence. Sluggers still repairing this Death Dread. Almost got it back to full health. A little bit longer here and it'll be fully operational. But in the meantime, Crisis has purchased Scouts and Devastator Marines. Just looking to fortify a victory point and just hold it. Victory points. Real problem here for Best Noob. 41 remain. He's going to be able to claim this one back most likely. There's a Plasma Dev. That's going to be a huge hit. Massive damage on the Slugger boys. Here comes the Death Dread. And the Plasma Dev's going to get on out of there. Without losing a model. That's
a good position.
That's excellent.
Where's me swing ointment?
They took 2 of the Sluggers down and did a ton of damage to the rest of them. Is there a drop pod here that Crisis can retreat to if he needs to? What's coming in now? Is this another drop pod with tax perhaps? Yep, Tactical Marines dropping in. This is a dangerous position for them, but the Slugger Knob actually can't get any range and the Storm Boys are going to get minced. And this does not bode well for Best Noob. The 2 units that can cap forced off the field. The Death Dread giving chase. He's got Rampage up again. Trying to get onto these missile attacks. Dodging neatly the Plasma Dev. Smashy, smashy. A Devastator squad defending this victory point is not going to be able to stop the Mech Boy capping it. But there's nothing to cap this one. One of the Death Dreads got caught out. Second one getting in there, but this one does not have burners and bits. It's squishy. Yep, there it goes. Taking a ton of damage. Gets hit in the back by a Plasma Dev. And GG. Crisis. 2-1. Excellent play there. It looked awful for him. Absolutely awful. And then he managed to wipe the 2 shooter boys and take that big engagement. Yep. Late game Space Marines. Do not underestimate them. But really, the turning point of that game was the combo of Assault Cannon Barrage into the Plasma Dev shot that wiped the 2 squads. Hey Leonis, that was a really good game. Lobby bugged. I believe. No, chat just closed for some reason. Yeah, Best Noob. Yeah. Best Noob recognizing that if he kept his shooters alive, our game was over. Well, the problem was when he lost both of those shooters, that's so much damage just suddenly missing, and that's all of your ranged as well. So the only way he then had to threaten the Space Marine was by jumping in with Storm Boys and charging with Sluggers. And yeah, he ran out of resources basically. No. Replacing units in this game is very difficult. It's exceedingly expensive, and it takes time. Yeah. Yes, yeah, exactly. Some units you can replace, but shooter boys when they die are really expensive because it's not just the cost of the unit, it's the cost of the upgrades on that unit. And the shooter boys had big shooters and shooter knobs and experience, so they were level 3, I think, at that point. With shooter knobs, with big shooters, so you can't just replace that. You know, that's a lot of resources. Oh my god. We're seeing some Tyranids, ladies and gentlemen. And not just any Tyranids. Cry's Tyranids. Cry, probably the best Tyranid player we have. Maybe the only Tyranid player we have at high level. Playing the Ravener Alpha on Ashes of Typhon. This is match point for Cry. If he wins this game, he wins the tournament. Oh, he needs water. In which case, I will take a quick break, grab myself something to drink. Alrighty, I return. And just in time, it seems. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. Best noob playing again as the mech boy. Up against the wall here. He must win this game or he will be eliminated. And Crisis will win the tournament. And here he is. The Ravener Alpha, a tunneling hero. Makes these little annoying little tunnels that Tyranids can use to get around the map very, very quickly. Crisis on match point, as already said. If he wins this game, he takes home the grand prize. Termagants into Spore Mines. Spore Mines are really obnoxious to play against for any race, but particularly as Orcs. Ravener Alpha is a powerful ranged combatant. Will do a lot of damage here, bleeding the Orcs nicely. First shooter boy has gone down. Second shooter boy squad. Mech boy coming in to try and tie him up in melee. As you can see, the Ravener Alpha is not a tanky combatant. Triple shooters again being the choice from Best Noob, going for overwhelming ranged firepower. Similar to the Imperial Guard matchup here. If you can outtrade the Tyranids in ranged. What is the grand prize? I have no idea. Bragging rights. I think Trojan, who organised this tournament, put forward quite a hefty prize fund as well. But I'm not sure what it is because the tournament page is in Russian. And I sprechen nicht Russian.
We added to the post, boss.
The Hormigants charging forwards, trying to dribble some orcs. And dribbling has begun.
Shooters! They just a green smear now,
Oh,
boss.
and it's very gribbly what's going on here. But they have been flanked, significantly so. Termagant blob is coming. Spore mines so far have not been able to make too much contact, but the tunnel networks are up, so Tyranids can come from the main base and end up all the way over here in an instant.
Awesome. We're losing some land. Generator right, sparking now.
So these warriors, they're going to come out, they're going to jump into the tunnel, and where are they going to emerge? All the way over here. So warriors spawn and instantly in the fight, instantly get absolutely melted by this amount of Daka. Spore mines being focused down. If these make contact with the blob, it's all over.
Boost right out.
Yeah, I know that, but it doesn't change the prize fund. It's still
I'll get getting a power thingy up, boss.
whatever it is in Russian. There go the spore mines. Here come the warriors. Warriors. Oh, this first synapse explosion, the backlash, knocking down the termagants. Tons of damage coming out from this shooter boy mob. And the Hormigants are getting rinsed on retreat as well. And now Best Noob looking to turn this into an attack. Successfully defended his power. Now looking to go on the aggressive, threaten the power of Crisis. Taking out the first of the tunnel networks. It's useful. Very important when you're playing against the Ravener Alpha that you stay on top of these tunnels. Tyranids popping out of the tunnels behind the Orc army. Termagants have their toxin sacks, giving them access to crippling poison, which will slow everything down. More tunnels going down. Here come the warriors again, looking to leap into combat. Aiming what stat to suppress them. They're not going to make it in. Crisis, realizing he can't contend with the shooter blob right now, goes behind the lines and goes for a tit-for-tat attack. If you threaten my power, I will blow up yours as well. And then he can make a nifty retreat into the tunnels should he feel threatened. Here's an electric armor mech boy jumping in, activates the electric armor, which does a ton of damage around him. A second Hormigant squad has been purchased and is going to die very quickly here. You can't approach the shooter mob like this. And the second Hormigant squad. Oh, that was actually the first Hormigant squad. The first Hormigant squad going down.
Getting a power thingy up, boss.
The triple shooters delivering an obscene amount of damage. All of them are going to have knobs. All of them are going to have big shooters.
Generator right, sparking now, boss.
And it's a barbed strangler for the warrior brood. Looking to get some control on this mob of orcs. Aiming what stat to suppress the barbed stranglers, allowing time for the shooter boys to retreat.
They ain't marching anywhere now.
Here comes the barbed strangler shot. It's good. It suppresses one of the squads. Second shot coming in. Nope. Electric armor. Sluggers is suppressed by the barbed strangler. That's not the target the Crisis wanted to hit. He needs to hit these shooters with the barbed strangler. But the mech boy doing an excellent job of tying up the warriors, not allowing them to shoot, not allowing them to pick their targets. It's an absolute massacre here on Ashes of Typhon.
I think this is important.
We're going for Raveners now. Raveners will be able to burrow underground, approach the shooter boy mob
Got me shooting
from below,
life is good.
and pop up and disrupt them and go boo.
I think this is important.
But not only will they go boo, they will go boo and then they will rend them with their claws. And one of these things is more dangerous than the others. The boo probably won't kill many orcs. The rending claws, yes, that will do a lot of damage. Excellent use of the tunnels, getting behind the shooter boy blob. Here come the Raveners. Sidestepped by Best Noob pretty effectively. Barbed Strangler shot misses. But these shooters are in trouble. Too many Tyranids here. They need the mech boy to come support. Here we go. And here's the electric armor. Tons of AoE damage. The Barbed Strangler hits all of the shooter boys, suppressing them all. And the mech boy is going to have to retreat through. He's going to die here. Tier 2 on the way now for Best Noob. If he can hold his power, unlikely against all of this, but if he can, he'll be in a great position. Tyranids, a very powerful Tier 1 faction, not a very powerful Tier 2 faction. So going even into Tier 2, and even going behind into Tier 2, is rough. Good map control here for Crisis, managing to get a full bash off. The Barbed Strangler warriors are just chilling here. Something was going on there, they just refused to fight. A bit of hive mind interference across the long distances of the galaxy, I guess. The hive mind got a minor amount of brain freeze. Wag pop. Raveners, they're going to burrow, or are they just going to trade? They're just going to try and trade. Aiming what stat suppresses the Hormigans, stops them from getting their charging leaps. But now the suppression wears off, and here they come. The Ravener Alpha getting in there as well. There we go, Slugger Knob on the way, Death Dread on the way. Tier 2 nowhere close for Crisis, not even begun. The Death Dread will be out and fighting before Crisis even starts Tier 2.
We got a knob to lead us, boys. Wonderful.
Slugger Knob is in. Mech Boy making short work of these tunnels. And now the Orc power spike starts. And this is where life becomes incredibly difficult for the Tyranids. Barbed Strangler just clips the Slugger boys, slowing them down, setting up a secondary shot, and forcing them into retreat. Here comes the Death Dread. Tier 2 just begun for Crisis, so I was slightly off in my timing. He's not fighting yet. But there we go. About 10 seconds after Tier 2 starts, the Death Dread gets in there, starts mixing it up with the Nids. Going after the Raveners as the Death Dread. This is going to be a dead Ravener squad. Oh, almost. 24 HP, 22. He's fine. Didn't get another swing with the claws of the Death Dread. Anti-vehicle options for the Tyranids is you can get a Thorax Swarm Warrior Brood, you can get a Venom Brood, which is warriors with Venom cannons. They don't have the best Tier 2 AV options, so this Walker could be a win condition here for Best Noob. But as is often the case with Tyranids, if your opponent beats you into Tier 2, you're in real trouble. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, Termagants, gonna get minced. They're gonna wipe. Yep, down they go. Them ninjas all squishy inside. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Warriors just toying with the Slugger boys here, without access to swamp them.
What you want?
And there's the crippling toxin. Being kited here are the Slugger Boys rather effectively. Raveners do manage to get in on the Shooter Boys, but it's going to cost them their lives. Here's the Venom Brood. Where's the Death Dread? Nowhere near. Okay. So the Venom Brood popped out of the tunnels momentarily, and then popped back into the tunnels, realizing there was no Death Dread there. And the tunnel system gets demolished by the Slugger Boys. Pretty much no way back into this for Crisis now, barring some major mistakes from Best Noob.
Go ahead, boss. What I got, boy. The power node is got.
Yes, me.
Tyranids are a very difficult race to play from behind. If somehow Crisis gets to tier 3 and can start the Carnifex spam, that's possible. But I don't know how that's going to happen. This is a good start, catching sluggers unsupported on their own, forcing them back. Capillary towers to provide a bit of extra buffs for the Tyranid army around them. No war gear for the Ravener Alpha. And only the electric armor for the mech.
That place you like is crawling with nits.
Crisis does have time to play with. He's still in the lead for victory points, however briefly. What are we calling in here? It's a Ravener Brood. Okay. So these shooters are in trouble. The Venom Brood is set up here as well. The Death Dread is probably dead. Unless they can... Oh, here come the Storm Boys. But there are also Adrenal Gland Warriors getting in there. The Rampage from the Death Dread. He's trying to get through. The Adrenal Gland Warriors trying desperately to get onto that Death Dread, but they're not going to be enough. And Crisis invested a lot into that attack, calling in the Raveners, switching his Warrior Brood over to Adrenal Glands. No power for Crisis. It's a bit of a rough situation he finds himself in. And now the Sluggers are going to slowly repair up this Death Dread. Mech's going to come over and help, and that'll speed it up dramatically. And a weird boy is the choice for Best Noob. Seeing this blob of Tyranid bullshit, he's decided to go for a Psychic Orc. Oh, Storm Boy's retreating. They don't want to tank for the Orc army. They want to be the hammer against the anvil. Ripper Swarms now being spawned from the Capillary Towers. These are not particularly effective combat units, but they do a very good job screening and tying up enemies. For example, they can nibble the Death Dread. Storm Boys jumping in. Tyranids on the retreat. Venom Brood taking cover in the Ravener tunnels, trying to get some distance between them and the Death Dread. Oh, unfortunately the tunnel is down and the Death Dread is in the base. The Spore Mines from the towers. This Death Dread might die here. It will die here. There's a Tyrant Guard now. Okay. So throwing away the Death Dread. That was you know, a calculated choice by Best Noob. He didn't want the Death Dread anymore, so he threw it away. Got to solve it as dearly as possible. Tyrant Guard is out. What's going to deal with that? The Storm Boys will deal with that. The Slugger Boys will deal with that. Relatively effectively, at least. Shooter Boys will do absolutely nothing to them. Yeah, to free up population. Here's the Weebo, or Weird Boy, the Psychic Orc of Doom. Also, without a vehicle on the field, the Venom Brood is not as effective. It still gives a range synapse, which is nice, which increases the damage done by all ranged Tyranids. Ravenous are going for the enhanced muscle coil, which makes them into a melee squad. Oh, the Weebo hits the Ravener Alpha and the Ravener Brood with his plasma attack. So here come the Raveners. They have their enhanced muscle coil, so they're a very dangerous melee squad now. There's the Warp Vomit, stunning the Raveners. And the Storm Boys are here to help out their Weird Boy. Slugger Boy's on retreat path for the Ravener Alpha. He will escape from them. These Raveners will probably get out as well. They've reached speedy enough velocity. Crisis doing a good job staying in this, just by ratting around, capturing VPs. But with no power income, Tier 3 is not going to happen for him. So it's merely a delaying tactic. Tyrant Guard messing up the mech, but Stormboy Knob will do a lot of damage to him. Storm Boys will do a lot of damage to him. The Plasma attack from the Weird Boy will do a lot of damage. There's Swampum active, and the Tyrant Guard is going to go down here. They dropped another Ravener Brood in to try and take out the Mech Boy, but not going to be effective. The Daka approaching from the and Crisis realizes all he can do here is waste time. GG. 2-2. So it all comes down to this. The true match point. Get out of here, NBK Smooth Operator. Get out. There you go, he's gone. Decided it should be random armies. No, no, you really don't want that. Because then sometimes there are some practically unplayable matchups. Judgment of Carrion will be the battlefield. The armies shall be chosen soon. What will best noob choose? Yeah, no. for best noob. There's a surprise. Old reliable. No. I mean, balance is pretty good. There are hard counters, yes. So it'll be Orcs against Space Marines to finish off the day. And to finish off the tournament. Crisis asking for a 2-minute break. I think that's perfectly reasonable. As it starts, so it ends, exactly. Yeah, Orcs are one of the better 1v1 factions simply because they have fewer really bad matchups. 28 degrees Celsius tomorrow. That's warm. That's warm for Germany. Good grief. Yeah, it's going to be 41 degrees average next week. It's going to be severely unpleasant. But for Germany, 28 degrees is also going to be severely unpleasant. Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Judgment of Carrion will be the arena. Oh, never mind. Svenum's calling for a minute. What on earth do you do when it's 40 plus? You stay inside. Mm-hmm. You stay inside and you hope to hell that your 911 calls do not take you out into the middle of an open field with no shade. Alright, we might eventually get a game. And here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and assorted others, Judgment of Carrion will be the map. Orcs vs Space Marines will be the matchup. Yeah. Maybe the IV. I don't know about that. It's difficult to really like move around or do stuff whilst you've got a line attached.
I think we should take that spot.
Anyway, match points for both players. The winner of this will win the tournament. and be crowned king of the world for a week or two. Crisis is the tech marine. Best noob is the mech boy. As we've seen from both of them. Their favorite heroes of the day.
Need some shooting. Look what I got.
Double shooters for best noob. Double scouts. Attack into scouts.
I think this is important. Boss, we
As
got
meta
a
as it gets for these two heroes. Tactical Marines taking a position in the central chamber underneath the wind turbine.
Don't shoot at me.
Right, we'll get the post up.
Right.
The enemy's taken one of our requisition points.
As Facebook as it gets. Here comes a flank. These Tactical Marines not in the best position, heading for this structure here. They managed to get in with all three models. That's unfortunate for best noob. He gambled quite a lot on being able to take at least one of those guys down. He's going to lose a lot of orcs here. Oh, and the sluggers are being forced out before they can get their burners. Really nice engagement from Cry.
There's no glory in pointless defeat. That's a good position.
But in the meantime, the mech boy capturing up the side of the map. Judgment of Carrion, of course, being a Space Hulk map, rarely played in competitive, mostly because of these frigging structures. Give a massive advantage to ranged units, whether you can find them or not. Not quite as bad as maps like Jurilla's Forge, which have them everywhere. But generally speaking, garrisons are not considered fun to play against in competitive. Alright. The burner sluggers trying to get in. The burner models will do power melee damage, so if they do make contact with the Tactical Marines, they'll make short work of them. But therein lies the rub. Tier 1 sluggers have a very difficult time closing the gap. Mech Boy being forced off by shotgun scouts. Meanwhile, these scouts get this sergeant in retreat.
I shoot you. What? I'm fighting here.
Shotgun scouts taking cover in the boxes. It's not great cover, and they will decide quite wisely to get on out of there. Shooter boys getting shot up. No, these are slugger boys, and they're getting shot up nonetheless by the Tech Marine and the Tactical Marines. Battery pack on the way for the Mech Boy, and Storm Boys coming on out. It's a full power farm for Crisis versus only a single generator for Best Noob. Shotgun scouts drop a foot grenade and then get out of it. They still have energy for a shotgun blast, or at least they do soon. So Tech Marine, no bionics yet, so that surround was dangerous. Going for the retreat wipe of the Storm Boys, but they're terrible at chasing. Some of the worst units in the game at chasing. Here's the Mech Boy, giving them a taste of the battery pack. Restores their energy and their health, but doesn't restore their jump cooldown, so they couldn't jump again. These little jumps that they do on chase do no damage at all. It's why Storm Boys are one of the worst chasing units. Because when they activate their rocket packs and jump into melee, they do no damage. They actually have to hit with their choppers. I guess chop with their choppers. Shoot then chop, chop then shoot. So it's two fully upgraded scout squads. Nothing on attacks. Mastercrafted bolter for the Tech Marine and a battery pack for the Mech Boy. But Burner sluggers not been able to actually get any value at all.
The bigger shooters!
Here come big shooters now. Late big shooters.
Shooting